Photograph their hand if they do not want to be photographed.
Oh, sure.
And also
I
tell them where the washroom stuff.
okay, great. Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, everybody please find their seats. We're going to start in just a moment. I'll just shut the door. Oh, I see there's a coat rack. Anybody need a coat rack? There's one outside the door here. Yes, that's right. There's a few more seats up here. And we can move these. So many new friends and so many former old friends too. So I'm very happy to welcome you here to the ISS of BC building to the Banquet of Stories 2021. My name is Pat and I'm the MC for this morning. So welcome everybody. Now, for those of you who are here, you might want to know what the washrooms are. They're just down the hall to the right and down at the first floor. For those of you that are virtual, you probably already know where you are. So we would like to start by inviting Indigenous greetings from Elder Howard Grant. He was born and raised in the Musqueam community. He was one of the fortunate children who did not attend residential school, giving him the benefit of learning his culture, values, and teachings from his elders in his everyday life. His favorite comfort food is chokpan, or cashew chokpan. So, oh, I should have been live. I've been wrong. Thank you very much.
First, I want to say thank you to Pat. Also, I want to say thank you to PCHC for inviting me and recognizing the fact that they are on the unceded traditional territory of the Huntsville speaking peoples of this land, which Musqueam is a part of. You know, we've been here since millennia. But more importantly, for me today to welcome you. I'm Howard Grant, noted by Pat, but more importantly, I'm Hieu Pham-Fraser VII. It was my great-great-great-grandfather who met Captain Narvaez in 1791, and then Captain Vancouver in 1792 upon their arrival on these shores into what is now known as Point Grey. But significant note, Columbus arrived on the eastern shores of North America in 1492, 300 years prior to Captain Vancouver arriving here. So I don't have COVID, taking pills for the doctor, but end up having a dry throat. So, but I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you today. As my ancestors did, meeting Captain Vancouver, he welcomed those individuals at that time. It was the feelings of our people and the philosophy and the vision of our people that we're all family. We were all human beings. And then my grandfather's generation, in the late 1850s and 1860s, they started to welcome other foreigners to our country. In particular, in around 1910, my father arrived in Canada. He was from the Guangdong, Zhongshan area, and took up residence there and farmed in our community. And more importantly, he met my mother. So I come from the dual heritage, in sense of Chinese and Aboriginal Indigenous. So I look to each and every one of you, and I look at your faces, I look at the color of your skin, and I just try to imagine how my grandfather and his father and grandfather, how they looked upon each and every new arrival to our territory. Because I know that they had no discriminatory bone in their body. So, and I know today that I have those same feelings because my mother always said, we are all human beings. We have come here, and as you meet new people and they arrive and they become part of your community, they become part of your family. And that's the thing that we need to understand and recognize in this area of our land. We, the Aboriginal people, we still today extend our hands to all of our new immigrants, new refugees, and we don't like to use those kinds of terms because we are hoping that you come to our country knowing full well that we will hopefully treat you well. And that's the most important thing. But equally as important are old people when they arrive, when they saw the arrival of our guests, that they were hoping that they would share in the wealth of the land, that they would look after the environment, and they would be caretakers, as my people and my ancestors were. And today, we're fairly successful in that endeavor. I have to say that we have one of the most beautiful pieces of land in all of the world. And it's up to each and every one of us, you and I, so that our children and our grandchildren can enjoy what was given to us by the Creator. So we, the people of Musqueam, have always welcomed newcomers to our land. We've always opened our arms to say we share this territory and the wealth it provides so that we can sustain our body for our future generation. You come as visitors to our land, but we hope that once you've been here for a little while, you no longer are a visitor, but a family member. Because please understand, we too were visitors in our own land. When the colonial government took it over, they placed us on the Indian reservation, prisoner of war camps in reality, that we couldn't leave small parcels of land. So in order for us to acquire our wealth through every day living for ourselves, we became visitors in our land. And we ask that each and every one of you, as you embark upon this journey for personal wealth, that you understand it's communal, it's for your family, it's not just for you, it's for all of us. And how do we look after it? So on behalf of the Musqueam people, I share a little bit of our philosophy, I share a tiny bit of our history, but more importantly, I say on behalf of Uncommon speaking peoples of Musqueam, we welcome each and every one of you today. And looking through the brochure, the speakers that have come to talk and share part of their story, they are so embracing in regards to the feelings, emotional attachment that I have. Because I did finally go home to my father's homeland, China, after 75 years of being born on this earth. I went to China. And it was the most humbling, emotional, and wonderful experience ever. Because romanticizing every day growing up, and my father and my granduncles at the dinner table talk, reminiscing about all it was, the beauty and the love, and not being able to experience it. But many of you have, sad to say, have had to unfortunately leave your country. And that's the heartache that I see. And I hope that I understand a little bit of your feeling. But again, as I said, I come back and I say, we will embrace you, we will hold you, because we are all family and we are all human beings. So, on behalf of my people, welcome. Ayesheh Baloch, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elder Howard Grant, for your welcome, your warm welcome. And we feel like family. And I know when family is around, sometimes you just gotta go. You got nothing to do. Thank you so much.
My apologies, everyone. It's not something that I normally do, but because I had another conflicting commitment that after I read this, I was deeply saddened that I have to leave, because I really want to hear those kinds of stories, because they're all truthful and meaningful to each and every one of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our president for PCHC-MoM Society, Wendy Yip. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I can see you on the screen. Thank you for joining us from Victoria. And thank you, Honourable Mr. Julian. And welcome to all our honored guests. We appreciate you taking time out from your busy day on a rainy day to come out here. It is very important for you to be here celebrating the diversity of Canada. So many of you do know, but bear with me, I just want to explain to those of you who do not know, that the Pacific Canada Heritage Centre and Museum of Migration Society is a registered nonprofit society, reflecting a diversity of communities who are committed to the vision of an inclusive Canada and a new kind of museum that can appeal both to a diverse local and a global audience. We promote a national center allowing public education, heritage conservation, and the use of multimedia storytelling. We also see our mission as facilitating and nurturing collaborative relationships among different communities. And we distinguish the mission of a heritage center, the PCHC in our name, where communities can transmit and share knowledge across generations. And that's a little bit of what we're doing today. And we also want in the future, a museum of migration, where we can have the stories and heirlooms of Canada's many communities come together in one shared space so that we can talk together, show each other our collective, our intercultural heritage, and create this inclusive stories in Pacific Canada. Because of that vision, under the auspices of our longtime volunteer executive director in the bright blue in the back, Winnie Chung, who has worked with this organization for 10 years, and she has hosted many storytelling ventures. And the Banquet of Stories is really her baby. It is really the quintessential event for fostering intercultural understanding because it involves food and storytelling, the universal staple for our survival, our identity, and our shared humanity. And so as we settle in for an intriguing afternoon of eclectic stories from former refugees who have now settled and become Canadian, they come from different cultural backgrounds, and they will share their stories relating to food, resilience, and sustainability. And I wanted to share a couple of quotes because clearly PCHC and Winnie have been in the forefront. We actually even have this journal, BC Quarterly Studies, and there's a very interesting article last fall that was by a Japanese Canadian mother and daughter whose ancestors have been interned. And they basically talk about it is food that calls us home. It's food not only tells us about who we are as people, but also provides us with semiotics or a language, a culture. And they cite another study by Bagan et al. That food makes up a person's diet, the recipes used to prepare it, the way in which it is consumed. And they are among the most visible symbols of ethnic identity. The preparation of food from home can be a major means of transmitting cultural practices and identities across generations. Food thus provides physical and cultural sustenance through cultural practice. And so we are very pleased to be able to bring people together to share these. We can't do the actual preparation and tasting, but we can share the stories of them. And one of the restaurants that we are featuring in our souvenir program has a touching book, the Afghan Kitchen. They on their website that through mom's cooking, we see the sacrifice of a single mother with 4 young boys in an unknown land when we first sought refuge in Canada. And through her cooking, we see a humble reminder of where we come from, of our heritage. We see a reminder of home, that despite all the terrible things that we have been through, at least in the moment of eating, we are loved. And finally, I just wanted to end with this one quote that was pulled from the In Plain Sight, which is a report addressing Indigenous specific racism and discrimination in BC healthcare. And they quoted from one of their knowledge keepers, who sort of ended and said, and I think this is what we all have to take to heart in this moment. Nupsamet said, Tetayin, the knowledge keeper, said, I would like to welcome you to this moment, which is the sum total of the positive and negative truths in histories, written and unwritten. The truth of those who freely give their voices, as some of our storytellers do, and those who could not. So I ask you, good people, to please enjoy this humble moment, learn from it, and with all your integrity, bring dignity to those who have not been afforded. In Summit, we are one. Thank you. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you, Wendy. This moment is a happy moment, so thank you. And I was in such a hurry. I would like to now introduce Wendy because I forgot to do that. Wendy is the wife of Professor Santa Ono, and she has a special role as University Ambassador for UBC. She volunteers her time to build a community within UBC and beyond, as you can see. And she is an active PCHC-MoM president since January 2020. Her favorite comfort food is stone soup. Oh. Our next speaker is the Chief Operating Officer for Immigration Services Society BC, Chris Friesen, who served as ISS of BC Settlement Services as the director for almost 30 years. Has long been recognized as a leader in the refugee and immigrant center throughout Canada, and has been at the forefront of major refugee settlement initiatives in BC and Canada, also a major supporter of Banquet of Stories 2001. His favorite comfort food, minestrone soup. Please help me welcome Chris Friesen.
Thanks, everybody. A very warm welcome to ISS of BC Welcome Center. We're thrilled to be able to partner with the PCHC Museum of Migration to host this event. It is in particular this theme of refugees, resilience, and sustainability. This event is occurring, amidst the latest humanitarian crisis, and ISS of BC is once again at the forefront of responding to the Afghan humanitarian operation here in British Columbia. The building that we're gathered here today as truly exemplifies this year's theme. Completed in 2016, the Welcome Center remains the only facility of its kind in the world. It's now studied by 37 countries, but has yet to be replicated. A starting point for refugees, for future Canadians. In fact, on the upper floors of the building, there are 21 refugee families in various stages of quarantine, both from Afghanistan, the Middle East, and African continent. So, as we gather today, I am always reminded that against the horrific odds, the triumph of the human spirit prevails. And of those newcomers that, due to no fault of their own, continue to find sanctuary, a safe place, a new homeland, a chance to rebuild their lives and contribute in so many ways to the rich diversity of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. You were with it every step of the way, and some other people in this room too. So it's fantastic. Thank you. Next, to bring official greetings, Her Honor, the Honourable Janet Austin, Lieutenant Governor of BC. She was sworn in as the 30th Lieutenant Governor of BC in 2018. And as Lieutenant Governor, I see that she's identified 3 key themes for her mandate: the promotion of diversity and inclusion, democracy, and civic engagement and reconciliation. Please help me welcome Her Honor, the Honourable Janet Austin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I must say, I think Wendy was making me a bit hungry with her introductory comments. I am speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Lekwungen peoples, the home of the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations, and I want to express my thanks for the privilege of living and working on these lands. Thanks also to Elder and Councillor Howard Grant for the gift of a traditional and very generous welcome to the Musqueam territory. As a Lieutenant Governor, I felt it was important that I learn a bit of an Indigenous language myself. And the language that was chosen for me is Sinchasan, the traditional language of the Huasanich people. And so I will say to you, good day, dear friends. It's wonderful to be among you today. And I do mean that most sincerely. I just wish I could be there in person with you. Thanks also to Wendy and all of her colleagues with the Pacific Heritage Center for inviting me to join you for this Banquet of Stories. One of my favorite things to do as Lieutenant Governor is to officiate at the swearing in of new Canadians. I look forward to doing this particularly on Canada Day at Canada Place, where I can administer the oath of citizenship to a very large group of people from many, many countries around the world, and to welcome them to Canada. I never fail to shed a tear at this ceremony, and I do feel deeply the honor of presiding at these ceremonies and seeing our country through the eyes of new Canadians. There is a sense of optimism in what it means to be Canadian, a faith in a future that is full of positive potential, and a faith that is anchored in the aspirational Canadian values of respect for diversity and inclusion. But we must also embrace the sad reality that the equal society we aspire to is not a reality for many, and that we have work to do. The past 2 years have been tough for everyone, but the challenges we face have been intensified by a deeply disturbing increase in racism and hate speech, much of which is directed against populations that you represent, trans-Pacific migrants who have come to Canada seeking opportunity and safety. Despite many hardships, these people have built our province and our country and enriched our society in so many ways. I want to thank all of you with the Pacific Heritage Center for creating the space to tell their stories and for working to build a museum of migration that will engender greater understanding and appreciation for historic and contemporary trans-Pacific migration. I want to share as well that in the spring of 2020, I was approached by Vancouver-based business leaders and also by the BC legislature in a cross-partisan way to provide leadership in responding to incidents of anti-Asian violence that we saw initially emerge, flowing from fears of COVID-19 contagion. I felt it was important to broaden the message to reflect the racism experienced by many others, Indigenous persons, Black people and persons of color, and those who have encountered anti-Semitism. We partnered with the Business Council of BC to establish a campaign, a social media campaign called Different Together, which was launched through a public pledge, asking citizens to stand up against racism and become champions for inclusion and diversity. I'm proud to say the pledge was taken by hundreds of BC's leading businesses and community leaders and organizations. It very quickly took hold across social and traditional media platforms and generated over more than 7 million online impressions within the first week. So I think it did strike a chord. Our goals were to inspire British Columbians to affirm those aspirational values of inclusion and respect for diversity as fundamental to Canadian society. But we also asked Canadians to commit to the work of making that equal society a reality for everyone. We asked people to declare a commitment to combating racism and hate and to manifest that commitment in both words and actions. And I'm pleased to tell you that we will soon launch the next phase of the Different Together campaign. As Canadians, we must learn from our history and ensure that the stories of immigrants and refugees who may have been treated unjustly or abused as a result of discrimination, we must ensure these stories are not lost. We must also honor and learn from the tragic experiences of Indigenous communities recently brought firmly in focus by the devastating discovery of the unmarked graves of children at the sites of former residential schools. And I know that your society is deeply committed to this work as well, and for that I honor you. I honor you as well for your work to create a museum of migration and a national network, a research network to support an interdisciplinary and inclusive interpretation of Canada's history. This is important and vital work. I'm thinking of you all with gratitude for all that you do to make our communities welcoming, safe, and inclusive. You give me hope for a better world. I thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon and all the delicious food that goes with it. All the best. Ayesheh Siam.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Honourable Janet Austin, for those encouraging words. Our next speaker is brings special greetings he was MP for New Westminster Burnaby, currently the House Leader for the NDP. In the last Parliament, he was a finance critic. Because I didn't get your favorite food, but please help me welcome MP Peter Julian.
Thank you so much. It's chocolate and
Chocolate.
and I would like to start off as well by acknowledging that we're on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of Hokkien-speaking Coast Salish peoples. And at this time, as we've become increasingly aware of the brutality and violence that took place in residential schools across this country, we need to acknowledge in gratitude the presence of First Nations and Indigenous peoples across this country. I also want to thank, on behalf of the Parliament of Canada, both ISS and PCHC for the warm invitation today. I should note with ISS, you're doing incredibly important work at such a critical time And after the fall of Kabul, we have had lineups outside our office, sometimes of dozens of people waiting for supports and services. We work very closely with ISS and we appreciate profoundly the work that you do. I'm accompanied today by my Chief of Staff, Doris Mom, who's part of our staff team, who is working with ISS. And thank you for your terrific work. I wanted to talk about my family stories and where you can find more about my family stories, which underscores the fact that we need to have a museum of migration on the West Coast. My maternal father, Hieu Pham-Fraser, traveled across from Norway through Ellis Island in New York, and then worked as a streetcar conductor in Minneapolis, Minnesota, went back to Norway, his family, including my mother, and then moved out eventually to Canada, first to Alberta and then to British Columbia. You can go to Ellis Island. You can see his travel record because they have noted and respected the note and the importance of immigration through New York. My paternal mother, Eleanor Steller, was an orphan, worked as a scullery maid in Muchmarkel near the Welsh border in England. She traveled across the Atlantic in steerage under the bottom of the boat and arrived at Halifax and then traveled by train across to British Columbia. In Halifax, there's Pier 21, the Immigration Museum that notes her travels as far as other people who have traveled across from Europe. And my paternal father, Robert Julian, left as a refugee during the Irish Civil War. His family's business was burned to the ground by paramilitaries. As a refugee, he traveled across the Atlantic. And of course, you know that Rosal, which is a National Historic Park in Quebec, documents the travels of those many Irish immigrants who left to come across the Atlantic and to come to Canada. My spouse, Lina Etienne, traveled from Shandong to Canada and worked first as a factory worker, then eventually went through school as a clinical audiologist and works today with the Richmond Public Audiology Clinic. There is no record for people who have traveled across the Pacific, despite the fact that people from Europe are well documented with a series of immigration museums. And in the United States, we know in California, in Portland, in Seattle, there are immigration museums that well document the importance of that trans-Pacific migration. There is nothing in Canada. And it is even more important, as our Lieutenant Governor has noted, with the rise in racism, that we take note of our racist past, the Chinese Exclusion Act, Komagata Maru. These are all things that every Canadian should know about, every British Columbian should know about. And that is why I support so strongly the idea of a museum of migration here on the West Coast. We need to know about our history if we are to fight back against the racism, the disturbing racism and hate that is growing in the present. So I bring greetings today from Jagmeet Singh, our national leader, Jenny Kwan, Member of Parliament for Vancouver East, and indeed the entire NDP caucus. And on behalf of the Parliament of Canada, I would like to thank everyone who is involved in this important meeting and sharing of stories, but also everyone that is involved in making this Museum of Migration a reality. We need to work together to ensure that that is in place. It would be such a valuable asset for our entire province and our entire country, and would allow the outreach into every single school so that no one would be unaware of our past and everyone would be aware of the importance of coming together for our future. So thank you so much for the invitation and thank you for your work.
Thank you very much, Peter, for those encouraging words for PCHC-MoM. Next, we would like to have some acknowledgements of sponsors and special guests. Virtually, we have Dr. Wallace Chung. We have also Ian Ricketts, sponsor from Ocean Brands here. Chris Breeks, sponsor Major Tom. I'm not sure, haven't met him yet. Valerie Smaller, representing Vancouver Biennale. Raymond Lyons, representing In My Kitchen. Thank you so much for being here. Also, we have virtually partners, multi-agency partnership, NAPBC, Jenny Moss, virtually. And UBC Asian Canadian Asian Migration Studies, and I just met. I can't remember who. Sorry. Yeah. We also have Vancouver Asian Heritage Month Society, Leticia Sanchez, who is coming in virtually, and we have Valentine Ostasuski in person to present to Wendy, our president, the 25th Vancouver Asian Heritage Month Society Anniversary Recognition Award from June 2021. And they have now the opportunity to present because of COVID, we had some delay.
Congratulations. Commit to working very hard for this idea of the Museum of Migration. I wanted to point out it's not just immigration, it is also about, you know, the forced migration of Indigenous communities into reserves. It's about the urban and the rural. There's a lot of migration, and that forms us and makes us stronger. And so we just wanted to acknowledge all that history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that recognition and honor, thank you. We also have Barbara Lee here from the Vancouver Asian Film Festival in the front. Ellen Wordsworth, former Vancouver City Councillor. Jane and Norris Wong, Resource Development Committee for PCHC. Thank you for that. I believe virtually we have Mary Kitagawa, who is an advisor, a VIP from ACAN. That's the one. Okay. So thank you to all of the people that were partners, sponsors, and recognized. Thank you. We now have an introduction to a play by Tricia Trinh, and that will be virtual.
There's the author of Sangeeta Wylie.
Right, and she will, yeah. So Tricia Trinh is representing the playwright Sangeeta Wylie of We the Same. Thank you, Tricia.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Banquet of Stories. Yeah, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Tricia Trinh. My pronouns are fluid, they, she, he. I resonate with all. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm joining you today from the Coast Salish territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm deeply grateful to live and create on these lands. Yeah, I'm speaking today as the assistant director for the beautiful new play, We the Same, by an incredible emerging playwright, Sangeeta Wylie. It's directed by Diane Brown and myself and produced by Ruby Slippers Theatre Co. The story is inspired by the incredible Trong family. Set in 1979, a Vietnamese family flees Saigon by boat. They endure pirate attacks, typhoons, and starvation. But amidst all of that, there are moments of contagious joy and inspiring resilience and earned celebration. As a second generation Vietnamese Chinese Canadian, this story is very near and dear to my heart. My parents are from Haiphong, North Vietnam, and they were amongst the refugees fleeing Vietnam by boat. I truly cannot wait to share this incredible production that honors their story with them. I approach theater as the most direct vessel in which we can share with each other our humanity. So I'm immensely grateful to the playwright, Ruby Slippers, and all of the fearless leaders and attendees of today's event for giving voice to the Vietnamese immigrant community and shining light on this vital narrative that honors our rich history, especially amidst the rise of anti-Asian sentiment across the globe. It's more important than ever to celebrate our intersections. This play flows from 1979 Vietnam to present day. A mother finally shares her story with her daughter, warts and all. It's going to be a visually stunning and emotionally charged multicultural journey through reality, fantasy, and the supernatural. We utilize ritual dance, shadow play, live music, and interactive animation. It's going to be magic. It will be live streamed from November 3rd to 7th. Tickets can be purchased at theculture.com. We hope you can join us in celebrating this remarkable story. Yeah, with that said, I'd like to share a little teaser trailer with you. I think the folks on your end will be doing that. Let me know if I can help in any way.
So you should have, I'm not logged on. Do you need me to log
So
on?
while they're working on that, if everybody has a survey sheet or a pencil, please do well, we will be listening to 3 wonderful storytellers. And also you should have a little red ticket for the door prize. So fortunately for the people here, they have access to door prize virtually. Won't have access to that today. You should also have a souvenir program. And you only get 1 souvenir program, but inside there are food establishment recommendations that reflect the ethnicity of the storytellers we're going through today. That would be, we also have some stories. So the Information Heritage Society who just presented us the award. We have wonderful stories. And one of the stories is written by our executive director, Winnie Chong. You just have to use your camera to do the QR code. There we go.
Ready to rock and roll? Okay.
Everywhere, many hold too. It's your husband.
So that's a mother and the daughter communicating. The mother is telling the story to the daughter about stories that she had not heard before.
Sorry, Tricia, you need to turn your volume up
Turn my,
because we can't hear it at this end.
He has my shoes.
can you wait 1
Yeah,
second?
perfect.
Moreover, it go on fire.
I'm sorry, I have really bad Wi-Fi here. Maybe if I pause and let it load.
Become
So you'll be able to see it. Even if we can't hear it now, you will be able to go home. And
everyone
do it.
try to
I went like this.
Yeah.
Vietnam.
If we can just find out what the URL is, and then we can just share it, and then people can go home and watch this.
It would be better if you shared it on your end. I've got really bad Wi-Fi on mine.
So Tricia, maybe if you share the URL, and then people can go home. Yeah, that's the screen that you would be looking for. And you can find that's the poster for We the Same, and you can learn more there. So should we move on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tricia, and encourage people to watch it at home. Thank you. Hopefully everybody can see it. Available virtually as well as in on site, face to face. And also next we have our 3 storytellers. And to introduce them, our moderator, Stephanie Anderson, who is one of our PCHC-MoM directors. Thank you, Stephanie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Anderson-Redden, and I've had the luck and the pleasure, and I'm very grateful for working for the last 2 years with PCHC-MoM on their board of directors. I myself am a settler of French, Scottish, and British descent who was born and raised in a medium-sized city in Northern Ontario called Sault Ste. Marie, on the lands of the Anishinaabe people, whose territories border Lake Superior, Itchigumi, and Lake Huron, Wendat. My comfort food stems from this region. It is Finnish hula bread, and that is because in the 1950s and 60s in Sault Ste. Marie, there was a huge migration of Finnish people coming over to work in the paper mill and lumber industry. So I also benefited from many saunas in Sault Ste. Marie. So that is really something that I carry with me from that region due to migration. Since migrating to Vancouver in 1996, I've also often started my mornings, as I did today, with a run in Pacific Spirit Park. While I breathe the forested air and take in the massive trees, I'm deeply grateful to the Musqueam people whose unceded territories I am a guest. So I'm honored to be moderating this first session this morning, and I'm looking forward to hearing the stories of all three speakers, as I'm sure you are as well. Each of our guests will share their stories for approximately 15 minutes, and that will allow us quite a bit of time to have a bit of at least 10 minutes of Q&A. So keep those questions coming in your minds as you listen very carefully to the stories this morning. So I'm honored to introduce our first guest, who's coming to us virtually from Fort St. John. Is that right, Hassan? Yes. And just to tell you a little bit more about Hassan, he may need no introduction to many of you in the audience this morning. In 2011, Hassan was a young Syrian living and working in the UAE, a conscientious objector by faith and temperament. He refused to return to Syria for compulsory military service and lived illegally before being deported to Malaysia in 2017. Unable to obtain a visa in any other country, Hassan became trapped in the arrival zone of the Kuala Lumpur airport. Exiled by war, entangled in geopolitics, he used social media and humor to tell his story to the world, becoming an international celebrity and ultimately finding refuge in Canada. His book, Man in the Airport, How Social Media Saved My Life, explores what it means to be Syrian, an illegal, and a refugee. More broadly, it examines the power of social media to amplify voices. So it is my pleasure this afternoon to introduce our first guest, Hassan.
Thank you very much for having me. And I'm so sorry I could not be there with you all in person. I'm speaking to you from Fort St. John, this far north. And it made me wonder for the last 3 months, how far could a human being get and come if he believes in what he is doing, if he did not ask for an instant results, if he was in love with what he is doing. My story is not unique. It's the story of millions of refugees and Syrians since 2011. It's the way I handle it. That was the unique part. There was a time when I was illegal and run, hiding, jobless, hopeless, powerless, voiceless. For years, I lived in my car or in the streets without any food, but I did not give up. I was so close, but I did not. And all of a sudden, I realized that who we become while we are marching towards our dream is more important than the dream itself. My story is the story of a civilized culture country, Syria, who once used to be the oldest inhabited city, Damascus, in the world, and how it turned by war into a place full of revenge, anger, hate, and blood. It's the story of government, international government, and how they care about win and lose, about economics and money, but never about the people who are paying the price for their wars. It's the story of international law and how it failed us as Syrians since 2011. When people speak about racism, they normally say things related to gender, race, or color. For us, it's there is a fourth type as Syrians. It's a geographical one. Your only crime is to be a Syrian. It's also the story of a place we call Canada and people we call Canadian. For you, you may say that Canada is a great country or it's not the greatest. For us as refugees, it's more than that. It's an idea of being permanently safe. It's a feeling of being permanently and forever legal, with a value and dignity, with the rights and voice. That's what Canada is for us. It gave us hope that tomorrow is going to be a better place. My story is the story of my family and how for years I failed them since 2011 and being shameful of my situation, and then losing my father in 2016 and not being able to be there for him when he needed me the most. Then with all the success I had with help of others, individuals, people I never met before, people from all around the world who come together and create the wave. It's a weapon of a mass destruction or just a tool to save your life. It depends on you of how to use it. That's my story in general. Living here in Canada for the last 3 years, and I wrote this book just as an attempt to bring the gap closer between the two parts of the world, the East and the West, to build a bridge and to open the Western eyes of who we really are. When since 2011, when people speak about Syria, they will think about refugee camps, about people and kids who are dirty, vulnerable, complaining all the time, crying all the time, with no education, with no health care. But we are not. We are skilled people, educated people with culture, proud and dignity. And how could we be an additional value to any community we are living in? When people ask about Syria, they will show their empathy and sympathy, but what they really know about Syria before the war. And that's why I wrote the book, to open their eyes, to speak to them directly, not through a media channel or a social media page. I learned a lot for the last 3 years since I have been here in Canada. Now I say sorry quite often, and I say thank you quite often. But it's sometimes I wake up in the morning and I cannot still believe that I'm living the dream. For us as adults, we don't have dreams, we don't have fairy tales, we have goals we need to achieve. But not in my story. For me, I am very much living in my fairy tale. And I know that sometimes it can be disappointing. You could feel, I faced some difficulties and some low and up moments like any newcomer. It's a different country, it's a different language, it's a different culture. I don't have even the local experience I needed to start a work or a new job. But I always reminded myself about priorities. All what I asked for was a place I can call home, to be permanently safe and legal, to have rights and dignity and voice as a human being. And I got all of that here in Canada. So I also understand now, after the experience I had at the airport and in detention jail in both countries, United Arab Emirates and Malaysia, that life is not only about what we want, it's also about what we have. So let's try to enjoy what we have while we are having it and take nothing for granted. I needed people to understand and to start appreciating the small things they have in their life and never to take something for granted. When I was at the airport, there was a time when a cup of coffee could make the difference. And it was a struggle to have even a cup of coffee or the smell of a fresh air. Or to be able at least to control or to turn on and off the light and the temperature in your environment. And I could not have that. And that's why I want Canadian to understand that, yes, it could be hard sometimes. Yes, you have something to complain about. Yes, it's not a perfect country. Such countries do not exist. They only exist on books. But it's also about you need to understand what you have, because what you have is the impossible dream for millions and millions around the globe. The last 18 years, they were tough on us, humanity, 18 months, sorry, with the pandemic. But it showed what we are really made of and our real essence as a human. But it also had a bright side for me as a former refugee. It brought the world one step closer to understand and look to the world from the eye of a refugee. Now airports are closed, and it was and still closed for refugees. Borders are forbidden areas. It was and still forbidden areas for refugee. All our passports, despite the color, the nationality, the flag, are equally useless. It was and still useless for refugees. What we have here in Canada with the welcome, with the open doors policy and welcome refugees since 2015 has built a global reputation for Canada, especially in the Arab world or the Middle East or among refugees. Until now, since I receive tens of messages every day from people who are vulnerable, desperate people, powerless and hopeless people asking for help. That's what Canada means to them. There's a quick story because I'm a storyteller. I'm working now with the Canadian Red Cross, and 6 months ago I had a deployment in Abbotsford and I accidentally crossed the border to USA. They investigated me for almost 3 hours and they sent me back to Canada. Imagine my situation if I was only Hassan, the Syrian refugee, and where I will be now, but not Hassan, the permanent resident of Canada. That's what Canada means to us. And I keep hearing voices. I'm sorry, but I don't know if you are speaking to me or not. But yes, so I was telling about the borders, and they investigated me for 3 hours and they sent me back to Canada, where the Canadian immigration officer, she told me, welcome back, you are at home. And she thought that she is saying something ordinary. She was not. It's what I was fighting for all these years, for my rights as a human being. I refused to accept what they offered me, because I knew that all what I was asking for is my minimum rights, basic rights as a human being. I refused to join the war, and I made the ultimate price because of it. I refused to be a part of a killing machine, to kill my own people and to destroy my own house. And I'm still paying the ultimate price for it, where I cannot visit my family again or my home. I could not even visit the places I used to play when I was a kid. It is what it is. It's for us as a refugee, it's our destiny to live between two worlds, your new home and your old home. And no matter where you live and no matter how success and joy you will have in your life, you will always miss the other one. That's my story in general. It has a lot of details, especially at the time I was in United Arab Emirates and at the airport in Malaysia. But I'm open to any question if you have any. I don't know if I crossed the line or the time, or yeah, I think I'm fine.
There is a baby in the audience, so someone was talking to you. There was a little baby. And are there any questions from the audience? If you could just raise your hand, because it's hard for me to see. Does anyone have a question for Hassan, either about his time? And yes, and can you just please state your name, and then I'll pass the mic to you. I want to say that. Yeah, whatever you feel comfortable.
This is Tariq Malik. I'm also an immigrant. I and I came from Pakistan, then Kuwait, and then into Canada. And I was wondering, you made a statement there saying that you needed to start a war. You came here and you said you needed to find a job, you needed to start a war or something. I may have misheard.
I'm sorry, I could not hear the question. Can you repeat it, Stephen?
I have to project a
Is
little.
the
Let's just say give them a
Sophie? Is that right now?
You said this- Am I using the lag because you have to switch the audio from
Okay.
microphone to there? So it's a bit of a lag. We're going to repeat the question.
Okay.
Sorry, Hassan. I was introducing myself, but I'm Fatima Haidari. I'm an immigrant from Pakistan, by way of Kuwait to Canada. So like you, I understand some of what you went in UAE and then. War. But I heard war. So I wanted to clarify what did that mean, but thank you so much. Very interesting. I look up your books. Thank you so much.
Well,
Just a moment. We have to switch mics over back and forth.
well, there is a comment I would love to say, because he is from Pakistan and he understands the situation. It was the time when I feel the geographical racism. It was when I was in detention jail in United Arab Emirates and Malaysia, because the people, my cellmates, used to be from countries like Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. And their only crime was to be born in the wrong side of the world, and where they have been treated as subject, as less than human, unfortunately. And that's when I start understanding that there is something there, it's unfair, it's injustice, and we need to do something to speak or explain about the ordeal these people are going through with the, especially in Malaysia and even in United Arab Emirates, a rich and oil-rich country, and yet they have been jailed in a very unhumanized situation. Hi.
So, yeah, based on an introduction that was given to us, and also your conversation, great story, by the way, great story, and really I learned from the part. First of all, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Kuol Akuechbeny. I left Sudan when I was, even it was Sudan. But I became a South Sudanese while the Sudan was divided into two countries due to civil war at the time. I think what I would like to comment about is related to use of technology, particularly internet. I understand for your introduction, you are at the airport, stranded, but you are able to share your story on the internet. That is not the same thing in the refugee camps. In most refugee camps, in Jordan, in Khartoum, in the Dab, that is not the case. So refugee stories that we know will be the one story, but there are millions of people that live there. And they don't have access to the internet, for example, to be able to single out their own story and hear their own story individually like you have done. At least you got the chance to use the internet. I'm just wondering if you would have any comments, anybody would be watching this or listening to this audience, of what could be done to provide internet access, or maybe create an avenue for refugees to hear their own story as a single person, individual story that would help give them an opportunity, like you have done it, instead of all of us knowing the one of these stories becomes a million of people. Thank you.
All what I hear is use of technology, actually. I can make some comments about this, but I'm not sure if I'm hitting the same point you want, because I did not hear the question. I blend it's a desperate solution. No one will ever be happy to expose himself or the secret or his vulnerability globally. But for the first month at the airport, I tried to seek an official, reasonable solutions, like contacting UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Commissioner, some embassies in Kuala Lumpur, NGOs around the world, and it did not work. They all come back with an answer that sorry, we cannot help you. And that's when I decided to if I'm going down, I'm not going down without a fight, and I need to tell my story. And but I thought about my steps. I did not want to be just another guy. That's why I started my speech today with, it's not the story, it's the way I handled the story. That's the uniqueness of it. I did not want to be just another guy who's complaining, who's crying. So I always try to say, I'm explaining, I'm not complaining, I'm telling my story, I'm not selling it. And that's where I start to see the bigger picture, because it was never Hassan the personal, it was Hassan the Syrian refugee. So that's why my first tweet, for example, was, what does it mean to be a Syrian? It always had a bigger purpose to serve. It was never about me anymore. It was about my people and the Syrian situation. It's a hostile environment with a lot of negativity. For example, there is a country on the map who really genuinely hates me. That's Malaysia, because they said I was a national embarrassment for them. And it hurts to know that this amount of people really hates you and attacking you. But that's what we call the blind patriotism. They don't hate you, they just love their country and they don't want to see it being embarrassed. But social media is a tough. You need to focus. You need not to pay attention to all the comments it's written about you. You need to keep fighting. You need to calm yourself down, to cool, and to give yourself the time to think, never to react, but to act, because acting is based on your mind acts, where reacting is based on your emotions, and you could be angry or sad or mad sometimes. So I thought about it, and I used all the skills I get from my parents since I was a kid. For example, my mother used to send me when I was a kid to an English lesson school, so during the summer. I never understood why until the time I was at the airport. Same with my father, who used to take me to our old farm to prepare me physically, and at the same day he would grab a book and read to me, and we will discuss it, politics, history, anything. So that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope I
wonderful question. I don't know that we got to the meat of it, because it's such a tough question to answer. So thank you for that. I'll take that one home with us. In the interest of time, we are going to have to cap off our questions, but potentially at the end, we may have time for a few more. Hassan, thank you so much. Fascinating. I can't wait to read your book now. And I'm sure many in the audience are feeling the same. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is also coming to us via our screen. And this, our second speaker is Hieu Pham-Fraser. Hieu and her family left Vietnam after the country's civil war ended and their homeland was no longer safe for them. She was part of the mass exodus of Vietnamese refugees termed the Boat People in the media in the early 1980s. Today, Hieu is a vice principal for the Vancouver School District, and her passion for equity and inclusion is what drives her to serve her school community each day. Hieu is also the author of the children's picture book, The Little Girl, which follows the life of a refugee girl arriving in Canada and integrating into the school system in the 1980s. So I'll hand the floor over now to Hieu.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And I too regret that I cannot be with you all in person. It is truly an honor for me to be among this panelists, and following Hassan Hassan, your story gave me goosebumps, and I realize how ignorant I am to the plight of so many people from that area of the world. And it's my responsibility to learn more. So thank you for that. It's such an honor to take up the space to be among other panelists such as Tricia, and then later on another Vietnamese person who will be sharing some cooking demos. I feel very humbled to be here. I would like to share my story in a little bit of a different manner, knowing that Tricia's play and performance from the Culture will also reveal the journey of the boat people from Vietnam. I'm not going to focus so much on that, and I'm sure through Raymond's story, we will also hear some more. I would like to focus instead my story on my learning once I arrived in Canada. And to do that, I always find that pictures speak so much more to me. And I'm so glad, Stephanie, that you did bring up my book, because I was thinking what I would share today, what kind of content I would share today. And right now, it's so real in our context of anti-racism work and decolonizing the work that we do and the systems that we experience here in Canada, that I would like to share with you my focus on looking at racism from the lens of understanding microaggressions. And so I'm going to share my screen now. I hope I can. Oh no, it looks like I cannot share.
I think we can arrange for that.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, let me try again. Thank you. Oh, it says, oh dear. Give me 1 second. For some reason, it worked for me earlier today and it's not working right now. Shift. Sorry.
Take your time. You've got time.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know what's happening right now. I wonder if it's the settings. Okay, I will just tell you then there is a picture of myself when we first arrived to the refugee camp, and it's a black and white picture, and I have a very typical bowl cut, and I'm holding up a sign, and the sign has my name, Hieu Pham. And the whole point of that sign is, first of all, it has a number 3 because I came to Canada and landed at the refugee camp with just the 3 of us, my mom, my dad, and myself. And it looks like kind of like a prisoner picture. And what they've done is they've taken out one of my names. So my whole entire name is Pham, no, Hieu Tao, and they took out Tao because the man at the immigration desk said it was too long. So, oh, thank you. So in this book, the book goes on to to describe how this little girl comes to Canada. The first thing that happens to her is at the immigration desk, the man takes away her name, Tao. And then she goes to live with two people, Mary and Tom, and they are the sponsors from the church. And in this time that she is so grateful to be here in Canada, and just as Hassan said, it is the idea of permanently being safe, physically safe from war, from retribution. And yet there's something very malicious happening, because in this small town of farming community, this little girl is the only girl who is a person of color. Everybody in her class, everybody in her school, everybody in her community are blonde and blue-eyed. She goes to school and she does not speak. And that is truly what happened to me. I did not speak for an entire year that I came here to Canada. And my teacher looked at my name. She does the attendance and the roll call, and she calls out Kevin's name and Amanda's name and all these very anglicized names. And then she comes to my name and she says, this name is not even a word. There are too many vowels. So she goes over to me, she bends down, and smiling, she says, we will call you Helen now. And so from that day forward, my name was Helen. And in fact, my entire family's name, my mom's name and my dad's name is also changed for them. So my dad's name, Vietnamese name, is Loc, and it's spelled L-O-C, and it was changed to Len. And my mom's name is Bic, which is a beautiful name in Vietnamese, and it means jade. And then her name is changed to Brenda. So the little girl continues to go to school, and she is bullied because she looks different. She probably behaves differently. She's shy, she's quiet, she doesn't speak. At home, the reality of my home is coming to Canada. The journey to Canada is very hard and treacherous, as so many of you can imagine. We did, just as Tricia alluded to, we did meet pirates. We did have people who were dismembered and thrown off boats. Survival, your very basic form of safety is at risk. And yet, when we arrived to Canada, my family and I met something very different. We were physically safe, but emotionally, we were not safe. And so, I'm surprised how difficult this is for me to share with you even. And so at school, my name is changed. I am often bullied. At home, my family and I move around many, many times. We first were generously given the shelter of our sponsors, who are from the United Church of Canada. But my parents felt that they needed independence. And so through working many different jobs, we're able to save enough. And we went from apartment to basement suite to more apartments. And we lived just below the poverty line. My entire childhood, I remember living with very little to no money. But my parents had a lot of pride and they would never ask for help. And so over the years, slow but true, we saved our money, and then my mom and dad eventually were able to sponsor my dad's mom, my dad's dad, my mom's mom, her brother, and my aunt and their children. And so now our family, we do have many of my cousins who live here with us in BC, and also a group in Florida. And we are continuously to work to build that connection and bond that was severed so many years ago. It's not as easy as we think. So I wish I had the pictures to show you, because if you saw me from just even today, my friends and I would never, my friends have said to me, they would never have guessed that that was my childhood and upbringing, because I work really, really hard to blend in. I work really hard to speak perfect English. I work really hard to write the perfect university paper to get the degrees that I needed to get the career I needed. But I guess what I'm really hoping to share with you today is, despite all of that, it wasn't until about 10 years ago that I was really able to look in the mirror really hard at myself and realize that there was something that was happening inside me. It was, as many people have been able to say now, with the anti-racism work that's going on, it's like having a million cuts that happens to you, and you're constantly bleeding and hurting. You can't really pinpoint it. So I share with you this story because what I'd really like us to do as a community is to think about the actions of that teacher who took away my name, and the actions of the immigration officer who took away another part of my name. And the story ends by mom turning to the little girl, because the teacher asks mom to come one day to school and says to my mom, "There is something wrong with your daughter. She cannot speak, and she doesn't understand anything that we are doing." And my mom turns to me and speaks to me in Vietnamese, and she says, "You have to say something. You are making trouble for the teachers, and if we make trouble, we will not be able to stay in Canada." So the fear in my mom's voice, and I feel it now, is so palatable that I have no choice but to say something. So the end of the book is, I open my mouth, and the first words that come out of my mouth is, "My name is Hieu." And that's how today I even have my name as Hieu. So I hope I didn't go over time. And I don't know if that wasn't the storytelling that I rehearsed to share with you today, but I hope I gave you a picture, and I hope that I was able to share the perspective of what it means to be on this side of the anti-racism movement. And I hope that we are all able to look in our mirror and see what kind of biases we bring to the table, what kind of biases we bring to a situation. And I have to tell you, I love my teachers, and my teacher really worked hard to help me. And yet she did something that really was hurtful. So that's my experience with microaggression. And that was just one example. So in Vietnamese, thank you. I would say cảm ơn. So thank you for listening today.
Thank you.
Stephanie, I don't know if anybody has any questions,
Thank
but
you so much, Hugh. As an educator, I can't tell you how moved I was by that story. I felt connected to it, and it was very emotional for me. We have time for maybe one or two questions. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of time. Are there questions or comments from the audience for Hugh? Yes.
I don't know. So I am Barbara Lee with the Banquet of Asian Film Festival, and we have a project called Reclaim Your Name. And what you talked about today was really speaks to that project, and we would love to have you do a film for us based on your story and to highlight your book, because we'll connect you.
it would be my honor. Thank you.
Would anyone else in the audience like to ask a question or?
Maybe Barbara can explain the Reclaim My Name project, because it might be good for many of our participants.
Yes, so Reclaim Your Name is a project, we launched Eliminate Hate, which was to address the rise in anti-Asian racism and to really speak about the death by 1,000, 1,000,000 cuts, as you said, because a lot of the anti-Asian racism has been denied, deflected, critiqued, dismissed, that it actually isn't a real thing, but it is a real thing. And we thought that these conversations are very difficult. People have not had the experience of speaking out and speaking up and to talk about it in a way that's been acceptable. So we thought a great way to talk about it, because many of the people who have immigrated here has taken westernized or anglicized names. And we thought that was a great place to start to talk about our own experiences and also to talk about that internalized racism that we have experienced in being, trying to fit in, blend in, and all those things that we did, the code switching we did, so that we could survive and thrive, and to work through that, and how do we accept ourselves and build on that. So Reclaim Your Name is really a starting point to have these difficult discussions. We want to highlight people, we want to highlight their stories, and we want to share it out there. So this year at the Banquet of Asian Film Festival, we have 7 stories that we have made videos of. We'd love to include youth as well, and other people. We're making TikToks. We have TikTok Canada's come on board. So we have lots of opportunities for people to start these discussions, because we have to find our voice. As a community, we're not used to it. We have to find our voice, and we have to learn how to speak up. So thank you.
Thank you again, Hugh. It's time now for our final speaker. Ayeshe's here, so if Ayeshe could come to the front and have a seat. Is she not here? She is, I believe she's here. I saw her with cookies. While we're waiting, I'll just also say that I know the Faculty of Education at UBC has been using many of the Reclaim Your Name videos to show future educators as they're heading out of the practicum, which is the entire time that Hugh is speaking. The ideal audience in some ways to hear these stories.
I was a teacher once.
Welcome, Ayeshe. Come
Thank
have
you
a
so
seat.
much.
I don't know if you'd rather stand or, and you're welcome to take off your mask if you're standing and speaking.
Okay,
If you feel
so
more
I
comfortable.
want to put this piece of my traditional embroidery on the table, if you allow me.
While Ayeshe's laying her embroidery on the table, I'm going to give a little introduction. Ayeshe was born in Kabul, Afghanistan, and is originally from Nimrod province, Afghanistan. She came to Canada with her 3 daughters and son in 2003. An accomplished dressmaker who worked for almost 7 years as a seamstress, At After Five Fashion and other bridal stores, Ayesheh is currently starting a self-employment program to get some support to start her own business.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here to share my story. My story will not be only my own story. It will be because I'm Baloch and also I'm from Afghanistan. So my Baloch community is asking me to share about a little about my background. Balochistan is divided between three countries, and we're facing similar problems. In some parts, it's very harsh. In some parts, it's a little better. So for that, I will tell first from Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, the government, after they divided Balochistan, they tried to force most of Baloch from Nimrod province, which is our land, to different part of Afghanistan. Now we have again Baloch communities in different provinces of Afghanistan. Even some from Nimrod they moved to Turkmenistan. They was migrated in Turkmenistan, and now still they live there. And other part of Balochistan, which is Pakistan and Iran, they migrated to Arabic countries most, and some other part of the world. So their journey moved them everywhere, and three parts of Balochistan government offices are controlled by non-Baloch, and we can grow. Especially in Afghanistan, we have better opportunity, but not in Nimrod. Not in my hometown. We don't have any high position in government. We can grow, we can educate, but in different provinces. So we don't have genocide in Afghanistan. We are lucky. Nobody killed us because we are Baloch. But in other part of Balochistan, as my friend, he's from Pakistan, he knows, and if you want to search a bit in Google, you will see what we are facing. And for refugee cases, we see all refugees, they are crossing the border, going to the neighbor countries. We don't have that border. Baloch, they have to cross the border. We have it, it's with Afghanistan from Iran and Pakistan, and with Iran and Pakistan from Afghanistan. So all of them, they are treating us even worse. Now Taliban took over of Afghanistan, and they handed those Baloch refugees, they were in Afghanistan from Pakistan. They were looking for a safe home. They handed to Pakistani government, and they will be killed. So for my nation, there is no way to escape from death. And I'm sorry that this was a common story of my nation. And now I'm telling the more, like, when I wanted to get ready for my speech, I wanted to write down, and this is so difficult for me to review what happened to me in the past. It's very painful and it's hurting me a lot. So I will start crying. And then I said, okay, just leave it, Ayesheh. When you're talking about yourself, you don't need to write it. So I'm not, I don't have any notes from it. It's my life, and I can talk about it. My journey, it started from the year that the people, they were fighting by the name of religion, the jihadis that they've been trained in neighbor countries to fight in Afghanistan and to get control of the country. When they took over the power in Kabul, that was the time that they ruined my hometown, they ruined my country. The city that I was born and grew in Kabul, it was like destroyed in 1 year. And I had to leave with my kids. We were dreaming to build our future. We had our goals for our life, especially me. I got married when I was grade 10, but I never gave up. I was studying, I went to university, and Mr. Samim was my professor in university. I had kids, but I never gave up. I was doing that hard work to build a better future for myself and my kids. our life was not that way that we can control it. There was other powers, they were doing control of our life and they're still doing it. It's over 40 years war. I was a little kid, it started, and now I have grandchildren. And still we don't know how many more generations it will continue. The Syrian friend was talking about his problems and his story. For his country, it started just in 2011. But for my country, I was a little kid. I was just 9 years old when it started. I was grade 3. And still, I don't know what's going to happen for the future. Still, my family is in Afghanistan, and we don't know how to help them. And generation by generation, we invest on our kids' education, and then at the end, they are nothing. When I left Kabul with my kids, the distance is from Kabul to Nimruz, it's 1,007 kilometers. You can't believe that my journey from Kabul to Nimruz was 12 days in a track that it was full of boxes of formula or dry milk, powder milk. And we were sitting on top of those boxes. It took us 12 days, 1,000 kilometers to get to Nimruz. Every couple of hours, there was a group of jihadis. They were stopping the track and checking who's in it. And we were shaking on that time. Everybody was facing some refugees. They're experiencing being under boat, but we were experiencing mines and weapons and scary mans. They were coming inside, and I had burqa to hide my face. I was wearing very old clothes to not notice that there is a young woman underneath. So it's hard to go back and imagine, but unfortunately, it's still continuing. We were in Nimruz for a while, and after a while, Taliban took over, and then the job that I was doing, I used to be a teacher. That one also was gone, so there was no job and no money. So we had to escape Nimruz also and go to Iran. My older daughter was 7 years old when we went to Iran. And in Iran, my kids were sitting in front of the home and watching other kids, they were going to school. No right for Afghan refugee to go to school. It took so long. No right for employer to hire Afghan refugee. And the governments are saying we are welcome to millions of Afghan refugees in our country. Yes, we are coming, and if you notice that we are crossing the border, you're shooting. You didn't welcome us. No right for education, no health insurance, no right for job, and you welcome million Afghan refugees. So I was one of the luckiest who got the chance to apply for resettlement program, and I was a refugee sponsored by the Canadian government. We came to Canada in 2003 with my 3 kids, with my 4 kids, 3 daughters and 1 son. But the kids that they never had any experience of being in educational environment, and I was working 12 to 18 hours a day to feed them. I used to be a teacher, but no time to teach your kids. My kids were not able to focus on studies. They were going to school, but their brain was like a little baby, not able to focus. They were not able to learn anything at the couple of years that they were going to school. And my youngest daughter, because in the culture that they girls shouldn't talk. Girls should stay away from men, from boys. She was going to school and she was not talking the way that the Vietnamese girl, she said, I was not talking, my daughter was not talking. She reminded me what she said. And the teacher, they contacted me and they said, why your daughter is not talking and why she's not making friends. The boys in the class, they wanted to say hi to her and she was thinking, oh, it's a crime for me. I have to run away. I have to escape. And she was not okay with it. She was not feeling comfortable. And I said, no, my daughter doesn't have any problem. Then the teacher didn't trust me and said, maybe there is a family problem this kid is facing with. And I really appreciate that much care about the kids. They are looking to the kids and see there is something wrong with this kid, but this is the background. This is the injuries of their heart and the background that they're carrying. Each immigrant, when they're coming to Canada, they have faced so much problems in the back, and that's affecting their life. That sometimes we are not doing well. Even now, after almost 18 years, still when there is something happening in my country, my life is like up and down. And it's not easy. But this is good that we are sharing our story, that at least Canadian society and other people know if we are not feeling good, there is something happening to our life. So from school, they called my friend that she had an emergency number from her. And they asked her, what's going wrong with this kid? She's not talking. And then we had to talk to the family and to my daughter. You have to be open, to be friendly with other kids in the class. My kids were not able to go alone outside. For me, as a single mom, it was very difficult to think about it. If something happened to me, what's going to happen to these kids? I was forcing them to go alone and get groceries. They were scared to go. Until I made them to feel safe and to think about it's a different environment, it's a different area, and the people, they are not going to harm you, they will not do anything bad to you, so you can go. Until that, it was very difficult for me. And thanks God today, my daughters, all of them, they are on their own feet. They are doing well. We have a good life, but the sad thing in our life will be always back home and my family and my relatives, and especially now with the Taliban that they took over again Afghanistan. We are hopeless for our family. How they gonna escape? How they gonna reach a safe home that we have it now? And we feel very lucky that we are here, but still we can't live a normal life like other people. So this was my story, and I didn't want it to go over my time, and I don't know because I.
Any questions?
Can you tell us about your troop?
Yes, this embroidery piece is a decoration piece. In my culture, because the women are not responsible to feed the family, so they are very artistic. So each piece that we wear, it's full of hand embroidery. For me personally, if I want to make it, it takes me 1 year to make this dress. 1 year full-time job to make this dress. But all our female, they dress up always the same. So for other nationalities, when they see us, they say, oh, you're going for a party? No, our women from early in the morning when they wake up for their prayers, they have their embroideries, and this is how they are busy. And even for home, everywhere we have some artwork on it. This piece I made that for my home. And I still have a traditional room for my grandkids to make them familiar with my culture. And I brought some cookies that in Balochistan, we have date trees. So what when I was going to my hometown to Nimrose, my aunt and my father's side family, they were providing me, it was cookies with date tree. They were making it traditionally with their own recipe, generation by generation. And I still, when I want to treat myself, I make those ones and I really love them. And when I'm trying to serve someone very special, I make these ones. So when they asked if you guys want to bring something from your culture, because food was not accepted because of COVID, so I made the date trees and the date cookies and also some other snack, which is roasted wheat and sesame seed and date. Again, that one's also date. So this is a common snack and cookie in my hometown in Nimrose and also in Zabul and Zahedan in Western Balochistan. And I hope that you guys like it. They packed some back in the bag and I baked them 2 days ago, wrapped them with plastic that it's safe for COVID box. And we opened it here, so it's safe. I opened.
Just from your bio, could you tell us a little bit more about, I understand you started your own business or you're planning to start your own business?
Because I studied here accounting, but I'm personally an artistic person. I like art and design. I wanted to study here, not accounting. I wanted to study interior design because I was thinking with fabric for fashion, I can do everything. I don't need to waste my time to go and study fashion design. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get in. And then I looked for a job with accounting. I had no background of accounting. Hard to get in the job. So I applied for a seamstress job and I'm working from 2014 with After Five Fashion. All beautiful ladies, maybe they went and bought dresses there. So I'm doing alteration for them. And then it was not just alteration to make me happy. I wanted more. I have lots of idea for design. So that's my goal, to have my own line of fashion. In Canada, hard to start a business with the rent of store. With it's very hard, very tough. Tried different ways to get in it. Still, I'm not getting any support. Self-employment program that I heard about it. I got the information session, and when on the application there was questions that it was not making sense for me, like how much is the population of the people of the communities that you're working with? So how should I know how many girls are graduating in a year, and how many of them will come to me to buy my dresses? Or how many brides are gonna get married, girls gonna get married? These numbers, I cannot make it up. You know, each person is different. Someone may be able to make up something. I said, I'm sorry, I cannot get in the program, because these things are like, I was expecting the program gonna help me with my goal, but it's kind of giving me more stress, and I don't see it any help to improve for business. It's just restriction to see, is she really qualified for the work or not? But I know the work. I'm working for more than 7 years. I do like the best of work, and I get lots of compliments from people. But to start the business, I can't prove it that way. You know, like I have to find another way, and hopefully I will find it.
Well, you'll have to let us know your website when you do start.
For sure, I will do that for sure.
Thank you so much. I think you're going to be around for a while. And so I think in the interest of time, we'll maybe share the delicious treats that you brought us, and then allow people to talk to you one-on-one.
And maybe as we're doing that, I think I just want to say one thing, that with the Afghan humanitarian operation now well underway in British Columbia, we've had just under 100 Afghan families now with us since August 23rd. We do have a special campaign on our website. We're trying to engage the public in building Welcome to BC gift cards as an easy way of providing a small gift to each family when they first come to British Columbia. So if that is of interest to you, you can go onto our website and you will find a way to contribute towards a gift card to a family. I forgot at the beginning, I also wanted to just a shout out to Jonathan Oldman, if you want to shake your hand, is our Chief Executive Officer here at ISSBC. And Heather Dad, also the back way, is the President of ISSBC.
So we're almost to the end of our program. We're just going to have the quick draw. So take a look at your tickets. And, I think I want numbers, please.
Unfortunately.
At the top, you can write this on the board.
Oh. The number is 08-24122.
Sorry. Hold on, this will look.
04?
And,
was it 04?
we got the ticket in. I'll give you.
Oh, okay. They have it. Yeah. It's 08-24131.
So just, if you got the lucky ticket, just hold on to it. And you're going to be the lucky prize winner of a wristlet. It's called Moonlight by Maynard Jr., Johnny Jr. Salish. And I can't pronounce it, wristlet. So 2 lucky winners, so congratulations. And before everybody leaves, we have an announcement. They have still a few more tickets for the next session. So if you're captivated and you want to stay, just let them know as soon as you go downstairs that you would like to stay and you can receive your tickets. Now we have food packets and we've got Contra and Patara here to tell us about what you're going to receive downstairs.
Hello everyone, this is quite a challenge because I have no idea what is in this packages, but I know there's a banana. Oh, there you go. Orange. There's an apple, all the healthy foods. And red apple. This is an empanada. Empanada. It looks delicious.
You should, because your husband.
This is a cake or dessert.
It is a white spice almond cake. It is actually a recipe from a Iranian friend, but that it's made through bake marks. Anyway, but there might be some others. Then just have lemon blueberry. If you're allergic, yeah, trade with somebody.
This one I know actually. This is called concha chorba, means it's like a date cookies if you translate it in English. And then the other one is also another dessert that I don't know the name, but that's I think it belongs to Mazar province in Afghanistan. No, so it's like okay, never mind then. It's from Rose. It's from that province, yeah. Okay. Oh, you got this?
Oh, thank you.
Tuna for breakfast.
No. One of our sponsors, PCHC, Ian, would you like to stand up? Ian Ricketts, you could just sort of say, it's an interesting Canadian food story.
Sure. The product is it's ocean branded tuna. It's designed by our team in Richmond and produced by our partners in Thailand. And the tuna inside is a product that is the most sustainable tuna available in the world today. It's MSC certified. Our organization is very focused on preserving our ocean for many generations in the future. We're 100-year-old companies, our brands, and we have a duty of care to make sure that that's there for the future. So we thought we'd throw in one.
Okay, so these cookies were lovingly handmade by Ayesheh and her family, and we'll be having these downstairs and people can sample them, so. Thank you very much. Is there anything else? Winnie.
So I think this way at the time around the room
Right.
quickly for this quick session.
Yes.
And if you can already go down what your thanking and we still have a few seats for the
We have the tickets here.
Yeah.
The tickets are right here. So,
Don't forget, if you got the ticket, your price tickets. 412. Your price 4131. I'm coming to let.
I was wondering if I should download the rest of it. Would you got it? So there's no open field or something. Well, I figured they have to get the act together. This makes me a lot of time. You have to be amazing story.
Yes, so I lost my job, I had to have a permanent job. It's very tough to bring someone. Because I'm wondering if they could also help us. My niece, my sister's husband, he was in coma. He was in coma for 2 weeks, and a part of his brain was damaged 2 years ago. My sister had 3 university student kids. She was working so hard to finish her education.
We would like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam First Nations, and we thank the Musqueam people for welcoming the first migrants to their territory and for sharing this land with us. We'd like to start by introducing the president of Pacific Canada Heritage Centre Museum of Migration, Mrs. Wendy Yip. She is the wife of Professor Santa Ono. She has a special role as the University Ambassador for UBC and volunteers her time to build community within and UBC and around. An active PCHC-MoM president since 2020. Her favorite comfort food is stone soup. Please help me welcome Wendy Yip.
So I should explain stone soup. Some of you may know if you've got children and there's this book, right? Stone soup. I think it must come from folklore, you know, like an old kind of and old story. So it's basically in the story, somebody says, "Oh, I'm making some food," and everybody's intrigued, and they say, "Oh, but it will taste better if I put something else." And so everybody brings one other ingredient. This is my refrigerator. I like to. So this is my sustainable food practice. I grew up with, my grandmother came to live with us when we were in high school, and she was, in Shanghai during World War II, and then Hong Kong, and so she hated to waste anything. And so that's what I grew up with. And so when I see my refrigerator and I see just, a little bit of zucchini, a little bit, I just figure out how to make a soup or a stew. And then my kids usually say enough after 2 servings or 2 meals of it. Anyway, don't do that. But I love this. I'm so excited to be participating. This is my first Banquet of Stories. I've only ever seen the videos. I've only actually been active with PCHC 2 years, but I've heard through Winnie and many other people of all the wonderful things that were happening. So when she invited me to join, I couldn't say no. And for me, I think the Banquet of Stories is the quintessential event for fostering intercultural understanding because it involves food and storytelling, and these are the universal staples for our survival, our identity, and our shared humanity. I'm not going to repeat everything I said in the first session. You'll watch the video for that if you wanted, but I would like to say that there are a couple of quotes. One thing is, if you look at the BC Quarterly Studies, there is a 2020 article about the Japanese Canadian internment, and they say food that calls us home. And it's a joint piece by mother and daughter, and they reflect on how food is really essential to culture. It's all those practices that we learn, and they crosses generations. And for them also, they're saying in the Japanese Canadian experience, unfortunately, the internment wrenched them away from their home and all that they knew. So really, they were only left with food and the sharing of food as a way of preserving their culture. So I think, in these settings, this is a great vehicle. Of course, other stories by which we can share our common humanity. But food is such an easy way, and it is really sort of Winnie's baby, because I understand even before PCHC, she was doing this when she was director of the International House at UBC, using food. Oh, and Chris probably knows, because he's probably still at the time. Using food and gathering and stories that we could come together, like, metaphorically gathering around that fire and sharing with each other. So in the digital world, this is the best we can do. And at least the good thing is that for those of you who are online, bring in your friends to see this, and we can all actually replay this with other friends and share food, amongst our safe circles. But I wanted to say in specifically that with the recent In Plain Sight report, which was addressing Indigenous specific racism and discrimination in BC healthcare, they had a knowledge keeper. This was the report was sort of the lead authors were Mary Ellen Tricala-Fond and Army Johnson. They put this quote at the end. I would like to welcome to you this moment, which is the sum total of the positive and negative truths and histories, written and unwritten. The truth of those who freely gave their voices. I mean, this was speaking about the truth and reconciliation work. But here too, as we just heard in the first session, people who, bravely confronted their past, their pain, and they gave their voice, and we are the richer for learning their history. And this knowledge keeper ends by saying, I ask you, good people, to please enjoy this humble moment, learn from it, and with all your integrity, bring dignity to those who have not been afforded. With Sama, we are one. This was said by Tetayin, the knowledge keeper for the review of the In Plain Sight. So enjoy the afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
This is all about, it's kind of like the COVID tango, it's all these protocols that you're going to be mindful of. My name is Chris Friesen, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of ISS of BC, and it gives me great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We're really pleased to be able to partner and host PCHC's Museum of Migration Banquet of Stories 2021. This is our first public in-person event for the last 2 years. And so, you know, we thought it was really, you know, when we approached us, we began talking and being the theme is refugees, resilience and sustainability. I mean, where else are you going to hold it? You know, we are here. Some of you have partaken in a tour earlier. This is ISS is a BC Welcome Center, opened in 2016. It remains the only facility of its kind in the world that was built here in East Vancouver. It's been studied by 37 different countries, but not one has replicated it yet. It's also, you know, amid the latest global humanitarian crisis that we are gathered today. The Afghan humanitarian operation is underway. Our first flight landed in BC on October 23rd. We've had close to 100 families. And in fact, those of you who have taken the tour may have looked through the window. We have about 21 families staying upstairs in various stages of quarantine. And that's the myths that we are gathered. We have 180 in different hotels in the Lower Mainland, and so it is apropos that we come together and hear stories and appreciate the resilience and sustainability. And I think in closing, I think, you know, for me, it's events like this always give me time to pause and reflect and really understand, I think, the triumph of the human spirit, that against horrific odds and some of the stories that you may hear today, you know, Canada still provides a safe haven. It's still a safe home, a sanctuary, a new homeland for those that, due to no fault of their own, found themselves displaced and in this country as refugees. So it's a chance to rebuild their lives and give them the opportunity to contribute in so many ways that enrich this country. So that's my words.
Thank you, Chris, for welcoming us to this wonderful building. So meaningful. We're going to just have a few acknowledgements, and these are our sponsors and special guests. We have virtually Dr. Wallace Chung, who is a PCHC-MoM honorary patron. We also have Tama Capricorn here in person, who is a PCHC-MoM honorary advisor. You want to just wave your hand, Tama? Thank you. Thank you so much. Ian Ricketts, one of our sponsors, Ocean Brand Foods. Oh, yeah, he was here earlier. I thought he was written. Okay. So yes, and in our food packets, which you will receive afterwards, there is some samples of their new product. Chris Breeks from Major Tom. Chris? No? Okay, so would like to recognize him in any case. Barry Mowat and Murray Nicol from Vancouver Biennale. Thank you very much. Raymond's not here anymore, but we do have In My Kitchen as one of our sponsors, and some of our partners, the multi-agency partnership, MAP BC. Jenny Moss might be in virtually. Mary Kitagawa, advisor to ACAM. I don't know if Mary is still here. So thank you to ACAM. UBC Instruct is also one of our partners. Vancouver Asian Heritage Mall Society, Leticia Sanchez is coming in virtually, so thank you. Vancouver Moving Theatre, Terry Hunter.
Savannah Wallace.
Pardon?
Savannah Wallace.
Oh, thank you, Savannah. I didn't have that name last night. Thank you for your help. Vancouver Asian Film Festival. Okay, Vancouver Asian Film Festival. She's not here anymore. Let's see who we have. Tenika Helwig, our PCHC former president. We're going to kind of out of order tonight. It's my first time. Please forgive me. So were we going to have a breakout room? Okay, we're going to stay all in one room. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. So we're going to have. I'd like to introduce Ada Khan. She's a director for PCHC-MoM. She will be the moderator for our next session of our wonderful storytellers. It was like last session. We're going to all be in tears. Thank you, Ada.
Well, welcome everybody, and we decided we're all just going to stay in this one room instead of doing a breakout into two different rooms, and that would save a lot of time. So we have three speakers this afternoon. My name is Ada Khan, and I'm a director on the board of PCHC. I'm a third generation Chinese Canadian, born at the Vancouver General Hospital. Very few people can say that in this room. Anyways, my father was born in Coquitlam, BC, and my grandmother was born in Victoria, BC, so third generation. I acknowledge that we're on this unceded traditional territory of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and certainly thank them for allowing us to share the land with them. So our very first speaker this afternoon is from South Sudan, and his name is Kuol Akuechbeny. I hope I got that right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Kuol came to Canada from Kenya on a World University Service of Canada refugee scholarship, and he was an active leader at UBC. He graduated recently with a BCom in operations and logistics, and is employed in a professional position to help Canada receive and settle refugees. So welcome, Kuol, and please come forward and take your seat.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for that introduction. Please, good to see you again. I just want to acknowledge my two guests here. Amir is my brother and friend, and also Carlo. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you everybody for the opportunity. I learned a lot from the previous group, and I hope we also get a chance to learn from my stories. So basically, when I want to do something, and there's no particular reason except my grade one teacher used to do that. He would come to class and say, story. If we keep quiet, he would walk out and don't tell us the story. If we say story, and we say story counts, then he would start speaking and tell us good stories or entertaining. So I can say story, and then you guys would say story count, then I would start talking. Okay. Story. Yeah, thank you. So the title of my story is One Action. Basically, what I'm trying to say is every single action that we take, produce multiple outcomes. And one action created personal resilience in me, and also in the community and the people that I interacted with, that moved me from different places up to here, to where I'm standing today. So divided into two areas. One is how I moved within South Sudan, and the other one is how I left South Sudan to Kenya and all the way to Canada to this point. So first, one action is important. Whatever action, even how we are born. Maybe one of your dad friends or a family friend, maybe your mom or your dad, and they tell them I find someone interesting, and you go meet them. That single action resulted to us, some of us living on and being here. So to me, the first action that started to me being here was back in early 2000. There was a big civil war in Sudan, within the south and the northern side of Sudan. And the leaders came to our community, mostly soldiers. They were able at the time, now they're running the country. And whether that they are done better than before or not, that's debatable. But yeah, so at that time they were rebels, they came to the community and they were like, you know what, we should take children to school. Because normally in our community, when you're born, you go look after cattle, sheep, goat, you don't have to go to school. You're a girl, you take care, so help your mom, do things at home, and then later on you have your own family. That was the whole thing. So they came to our community, talk to our others and say, hey, I have to take kids to school. However, the intention was when you go to school and you grow older, to the age of 15, you become a soldier. They did not add that part, so that's why we were omitted. So we went and we left the school and we started going to school. And before we leave, one of the great things our parents did, especially my mom, was to prepare a civilized meal as a way to say goodbye, and it is called Kisra in South Sudanese language. It is called Injera in other East African countries, Eritrea and Ethiopia mostly. I tried to look at it in Vancouver. It was actually sales provided by an Ethiopian restaurant we use at Commercial Drive. Today, before I came here, I went there and reminded myself about India, and and to remember some of the stories that I did. So it looks like this. Basically, a flat bread. It's made of either second, either flour of the second or flour of maize. The maize is grinded, and then actually there's 1 cup of flour to 2 cups of water, and you put in a small amount of yeast, and then you can scoop 1 spoon, put it on the pan, and spray it over for 45 seconds, and it's ready. And you do as many of you want to feed the family. So back while I was a kid, we would be sitting, around the Angela, and then we would be eating and telling stories. So I learned a lot about my family background, community, friends, relatives, family members. And on the day of us leaving home, my grandfather was like, okay, some things came up. I would be going to school, and I didn't know, and I never thought I would go to school. I put the very that to explain to us while we were eating our pizza and dinner. So in the following couple of days later on, my mom made a lot of that, make it dry. That was the arrangement was for us to carry some food before the journey was going to be gone. So they made that food in the sun to be dry, put in small pieces and put it in a bag. And we carried it with us. So we are like about 20 people, mostly children. Everyone is between the age of 10 and the age of 15. So we left, we went to Pretoria, which is a town called Yambu, the part of South Sudan border in Uganda. So we stayed there for a couple of years. After 1 month we arrived, we went to school. Those things seemed fine. But of course, we were country in war, so things got chaotic again. And we thought, no, it will be nice, and then we will go back home. So we did the same thing. We made ourselves pizza, made it dry when we get some flour. And then we left, we returned, we came back to where we started. So while at home, what happened was, home got messed up a lot more than before we left. There was a lot of conflicts, there's no school, no clinic, people are always moving around. So again, another group of people that we came back with remained there. Some of us with others. We decided to go somewhere. As far as we were deciding, I was 12 at the time. So I can't really make a decision on where people are going. But I was among the people that were traveling. So we went from there to use another state in South Sudan. So we couldn't get to school there either. So we keep continuing until we arrive at the border in Kenya. Now at the border, no one has an ID, no passport, no documentation, nothing. We met a lot of other people there also in the same situation. So some of them people seem to know what they're doing, they can speak English. Most of us didn't know what we could communicate. So the older people in our group were detained by the border agents. And then the younger of us, by Kenya law, you cannot arrest underage. So we were told to wait outside, so we stayed there for the whole night. In the morning, the representative from the UNHCR who was contacted by the border agents came to us. And he said, okay, we were given names, so we did have our name. So he started, we're in line, and he started asking the first one, how old are you? The first one said he was 33. The truth is that kid was 12 and a half, almost 13. And then he looked at him and he was like, okay, fine. So he gave all of us how old he thinks we should be. And that's my current date of birth and my current age. I actually did not decide out. That was not exactly my age, but that guy decided for us based on the idea that we didn't know. So he said, okay, so what do you do to make you guys at home? You guys have been eaten for a whole day. What can we do? I said, okay, you can. We said you're going to bring us pizza. He said, I don't know how to do that. So he went and he brought the truck and they took us to reception. That's how we ended up at Moradi camp. We were given our documentation, UN documents that we later used to go to schools, And at the end of my primary school, I was able to get my to get to sponsorship to the Kenyan well-funded government school. Because in Kenya, you do well in primary school, you get 4% full. So I did my high school in the city. From the early time, I went to the city, Nairobi. I did my 4 years, finished, I got a good grade. I went back to the town and started teaching for 2 years. And through that action of, someone deciding the kids should go to school, someone deciding, okay, we should go to find higher education, and then, someone saying, okay, we should recruit kids from go to school. So I went to public school, and then I came back to the town, teach, and then found out about Roots Scholarship, which again, through action of some people here in Canada, we was International Student Service, I think that's how they used to Roots, was providing sponsorship. And then here at UBC, Roots was operating as an organization that supports refugees and was based on donation and fundraising. So at some time in 1985, they ran a funding and they tried to make everybody students contribute some school fee, some fee, like a scholarship lady. So through that funding, they give it to Roots, and Roots facilitated the process. So I got into the program and I came to UBC. UBC and Vancouver became my home since then. And I think I am grateful for the opportunity to be here. And I think a lot of people live in Canada sometimes, as my friend would put it, don't realize that, what they're taking for granted around here is a dream for other people. So what all of you here, I'm not saying they're taking it for granted, but sometimes somebody might be like, oh, I'm Canada, so I'm in the country. That is actually the dream for a lot of people, and I'm happy that dream is achieved for me to become part of this community. And through action of theory videos, that through those actions, I am here. I also hope every time that my action also impacts somebody else, which is why I'm working on the professional side of this program to also sponsor other young people, give them the same opportunity to come to Canada. So right now we actually sponsor, I'm working on a project that sponsors 10 refugee youth for the first time to come through employment. So they're now in Victoria and they're going to be working in Filipino. The employers in Filipino in the hotel industry offer them jobs. And my job was to help them, we adjust to this environment with the migration form. The next 20 are coming next year to be taken care of. So the action of those individuals also created a life-changing opportunity for those guys in India. So thank you for having me, and thank you for making a great country. And I hope we continue to learn from each other and welcome more people to join us. Thank you.
Cool. Are there any questions that you would like to ask Cole? And I can bring the microphone to you.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about where your family members are, parents, siblings?
Okay, thank you for that question. So a little bit more background. My father served in the South Sudan rebel movement at the time. When I left home to come to go all the way to Kenya, was my last time I saw them. They divided them. They are no longer alive. They got killed in that environment. But one thing that also opportunity created for me, I was in a position to help my siblings who are also in Kenya right now, to put them in a better school. So one of the things that I am actually working on is the two of them. We just got admitted here in Columbia College here in Vancouver. So I'm hoping they will be joining will be coming to Vancouver in December. They'll be in school next semester. So my brother and my sister are accepted and will be coming here. And then my other two siblings, one brother and one sister, they stay in South Sudan, in the village. I think my brother's keeping house. My sister is married. I don't know what she's doing. So what she's doing in her home. So we don't have communication because there is no internet or cell phone service where she lives. But yeah, so I think the other of them are doing fine, and I look forward for the two of them that hopefully will be joining me. And yeah, thank you.
Is there any other questions? Anyone else like to ask a question?
My question is, when went from South Sudan to Kenya to school, how did you get from point A to point B? Were you walking, training, trucking, something?
Yes, we did. First of all, because back in South Sudan those days, you are anybody who is young, you are a potential soldier. When you're not in the army yet. So we kind of mixed what's working. I think we left from our home to another state. That journey like took us about a month because we also a couple of us I think were like they were having cows, livestock that they want to bring along. We can sell them or we could sell out of them. We can get something to eat. So yeah, we went from there, and then from there there were these army trucks where they would move around from one location to another. And I think the army operation was normally based in borders, either between Uganda and South Sudan, or Kenya and South Sudan. So the one we were going to was in Kapoita. Of course, I didn't know the map and environment, but I now understand what it was. So these guys were going to Kapoita. So we went with them. They had a truck, this army old truck. And then from Kapoita, we walked on foot to Nairobi, and to Nepal, we did the border, Kenya and South Sudan. And then from there, Nepal is when the border agent was Kenya for the UN representative. And the UN representative is the one that gave us the lorry that took us to the camp. Yeah, and then after they give us the document, there's no document now. So we have these, we can go to school. We went to school and this. Yeah.
The community you went to school at, was your village?
It was in the camp, in Kakumaragi camp. Kakumaragi camp is in northern Kenya, bordering the side bordering Ethiopia and South Sudan. So it's actually the second largest refugee camp that are in Kenya. Right now it's about 800,000 population. Before it used to be 1 million plus. But during peace in South Sudan, some people went back when there was peace. And then again, there was another war, so some of them kind of came back to the camp in Kakuma. But I went to in Kakuma, the UN opened like 25 elementary schools, and there were 5 secondary schools. So normally what you would do as children are growing up there, you go to school, go to one of those 25. Honourable will go to high school. That's why there are 5 secondary schools. And then those students will go to those secondary schools. In my case, I'm sure others who are lucky. If you get a certain marks, you will be called to a Kenyan public high school that are well funded. And then, so that year, there was a campaign for the new government who says, secondary school are going to be free in Kenya. So the year that I started high school, we had new government that year, and I was not paying school fees. So I went to boarding school for boys, and so yeah, that's why I went to school. And then you do buy your own uniform, about shopping there with one other cousin of mine, like who was on the secondary US of that. I was facilitating, and I would be in the school, no school fees required. We got great for that. Now it's very expensive, people no longer afford it to come over and get the dear government, the school fees it's paid now.
I think that Tom will go on to our second speaker. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our second speaker this afternoon is Abdul Samim from Afghanistan. He was an employee of ISS. He returned from Afghanistan in early 2021 to resettle in Canada. He's a former diplomat, a university professor, and a news presenter. Samim has been serving the immigrant and refugee population in BC for over 18 years, providing settlement and integration services. So welcome, Abdul. Please come.
Hey, everyone. I acknowledge that the place that I'm standing on at ISS of BC office is located on the unceded traditional territory of the people of First Nations, including the nations of Squamish, Musqueam, Slave, Walker. First of all, I would like to thank ISS of BC as well as PCHC for organizing such a wonderful event today. We are sharing our stories. We are sharing our cultures. And we are sharing our views, concerns, barriers, and in general, all point of interest to know each other. And this is the meaning of diversity. Today, I will talk to you and I will share my story with you in a different way. We all know that each of us has different story, and this is something natural. But our journeys are different. Each of us has different journey. I will share my journey of starting as a refugee today. As it was mentioned in the introduction, I was working as a diplomat in Afghanistan, director of protocol, and Minister of Foreign Affairs. And my role was to receive hirings officials from foreign countries, diplomatic missions, and UN organizations, as well as other international organizations in Afghanistan, providing accommodation for them and facilitating their stay in Afghanistan. I was teaching at university to be a member of Sangeeta Wylie, and I was a journalist. After my full-time job, after 6 p.m. every night, I was going to Afghanistan Radio Television National Network, and I was presenting news and commentary. So very well known and very well connected. I had good connection. I can say that everyone that has stayed at their home, they were familiar with my face. But the time arrived. Due to political and military instability, escalation of violence, bomb and girl education, and restrictions on women, so forced me to put stop sign on these things what I was doing. Forget to and are going to be safe, and are going to build new life, in order to protect myself as well as my family, in order to make the future for my children in security. And this was the main purpose that it outside me. I never thought about my security position was how much money did I get? What did I have in my country? I had to do it. Very good luck. I inherited land from parents. I had my own house. I did what I wanted. But because of all these situations, I decided to leave the country. This was not an easy decision. When a person is leaving the country and he is beginning the journey of refugee, we should not think that that person is a weak person. The opposite, that person is a very strong person. Anyway. And at the meantime, if we are not optimistic, we cannot start that journey. That nobody knows what will happen to you tomorrow and what will be happen to you the next day. We don't know your destination, where do you go? We don't have an idea. And when you don't know that you will be alive tomorrow or not, you will be able to protect your children or not. You have thousands of stories from everyone, they lost their family members in ships and rivers, cars, so many other things and camps. You know, I and my wife, when we talked to each other and family, we decided to leave the country and go somewhere. The day that I bought my personal belongings from the desk, and the day that I closed my office, that was the difficult moment for me, because that office gave me a lot of power. That office gave me a lot of privilege. I was meeting diplomats there. And I understood that I'm not returning to this place anymore. I understood that this is the last day, the last moment. I cried. Then I kissed my table, my desk, and my floor. So the same happened at my home the night that I was packing my necessary stuff to leave the country tomorrow morning. We just got some food and meat and clothes. Early in the morning, 5 o'clock, I was always getting up 5 o'clock, and I was going to radio television network announcing the program for the day. So that day was normal. I woke up 5 o'clock. And I was like a kind of hobbit. It was my hobbit when I was waking up from the window of my bedroom. I was watching the blue sky in Afghanistan with the beautiful stars twinkling in the sky. And sometimes I took paper and pen and I wrote poems. Sometimes I write poems instead. But that day, when I woke up, I looked at the sky. The sky was different. There was no stars. They were not shining at all. I called the taxi driver. The difficult moment was when I was saying goodbye to my sister and my brother. My sister, whom I raised in my arm. I was in grade 3 when my mother passed away, and my sister was 3 months old. I raised her. I took her to the neighbor houses and asking the ladies to feed her breastfeeding because she was not used to holding her. So it was not easy to leave that sister. It was not easy to leave that brother. Finally, I left the my home, all the belongings, whatever I had. And the taxi driver left towards the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It took the whole day, and the evening I crossed the border. And the soldier in the border, they were asking for money. But luckily, I knew the chief of the custom. And I told him that inform your boss, Abdul Samim is here. He told me one condition. If you do not tell him that I ask for money, I promise I will not do it. He took me to the chief of the custom and he gave me a letter to show it to all the checkpoints. He said, in this pocket, when I was traveling toward Peshawar, the nearest city of Pakistan. There were several checkpoints. They start with who you are and they show that okay. Later, when I used to Peshawar, there one of my coworkers was living there. I knocked at his door and I stayed with him for 3 nights. During that time, I was looking for a rental unit, and I rented a unit. I registered my children at school, and I'm making some phone calls to some NGOs that were connected with me, and they were coming and visiting me in the foreign affairs for job. So I received several job offers, and they told me it's okay if you are here. That will be fine. So finally, I started working as a consultant for some of the NGOs working for Afghanistan, and then submitted my application form to Canadian High Commissionerate for Refugee as well as UNHCR. Within several months, my application was approved, and I received a letter that I will be traveling soon to Canada. My departure was arranged by IOM. So I know I'm under the pressure of time. I have a long story and so many things. I arrived at Vancouver Airport, and there was a taxi driver. He was driving lungs, 2 lungs. And when I sat in the car, I asked him, "Is it your car?" He said, "Yeah, this is mine. I have another one as well." And then I asked him, "How long have you been in Canada?" He said, 20 years. 20 years, he has 2 years. So have you traveled back to your country? He was from India, Punjab. And he said, "Oh, you know, Canada is like a golden cage. When you come in, you cannot go out." I was surprised. Honestly, each year I tried to return back to my country. Something happened that I could not. After 12 years, I was able to go to see my family back at home country. I had 3 weeks vacation. When I spent 2 weeks, I was wishing if I have wings like a bird to fly to Canada and go back. That words came to my mind. How accurate that Punjabi guy was. As long as you are living in this country, your roots are going deep in deep. This has happened to me. Now I'm feeling that Canada is like my own home. I found employment. I'm very well connected. I made a good community for myself. I'm well connected with the community members. I supported thousands of new immigrants and refugees during the last 18 years that I am working for ISSFPC. And here is a place to say thank you to ISSFPC for providing me such an opportunity to be helpful. And my children, we are all very well educated and we have very successful life. We are not thinking that we are not belonging to Canada. We love Canada and we love the lovely people of Canada. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samim. And are there any questions? I do have to give you the microphone because those people that are here virtually can't hear the question. So does someone have a question? Put your hand up and I'll bring you the microphone. Question? Okay. Okay,
thank you so much for sharing this story. When you're telling everything, it just feels like I am with you watching, and like I am in this story, part of this story, because the same thing happened to my parents. They had to like leave basically everything and make that decision whether to die in Kabul or go to Pakistan, you know? My question is that what made it easy for you to move on, you know, from everything that just belonged to you, like home, privilege, honor, everything that you mentioned, right? Like, how do you deal with it?
You know, it was not my choice. Don't have a choice. You have to make a decision in order to live, in order to be safe, in order to protect yourself and your family. You have to make such harsh decision.
Another question?
I was wondering, how do you think Canada or other Western countries could help alleviate the instability or extremism that is happening in many countries in Middle East or in Africa?
A good political question. You know, I avoid to not be involved in politics, especially, you know, I work for population in it from different backgrounds. Of course, the world today is like a small village. So no country can live independently. The role of each country is very important. With fighting with terrorism, fighting with fundamentalism, and, you know, fighting with extremism, fighting with poverty, and fighting with all these kind of violences take place in the world. Especially the civilized country, especially the powerful country like Canada, like USA, like Western community. I think their role is very important to invest on human rights, women's rights, democracy, and build democratic institutions, not to destroy democratic institutions in this developed country. I will not touch the political part. I hope so.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta. I think we need to go on to our third speaker now, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Our third speaker this afternoon joins us online, and she's actually in Abbotsford. Her name is Shanga Karim from Kurdistan. Shanga was a journalist and a woman activist in Kurdistan, northern Iraq, and the editor-in-chief for a newspaper that focused on violence against women, honor killing, and female genital mutilation. She holds a BA in Media Studies, came to Canada in 2015, and participated in the Shoebox Project, writing workshops. And Shanga has, can't see this, has performed her story at different universities and events. So we welcome Shanga, and she's online. Welcome, Shanga.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for today and for all the participants being here. And I am actually sorry for my background. This is my son. And for starting, I would like to start with reading one of my story. I have been here since 2015, and I have written like quite a few stories about my journey, about my life in Canada. So I'm going to start reading one of my story that the title is Say They May Still See My Bright Shoes. And it's a story that I wrote it for the Shoe Project website in 2018. Sometimes to protect your life, you have to do something more difficult than the circumstances you are running from. I had a good life, work, and an amazing family, but I had to live with my husband for our safety. Now that we have reached the border, it seems the hardest part of our journey. It's just a road between two big countries. It's the first time we are doing something illegally, but we don't have any choice. It's June, hot and quiet on the US side. I see only trees and blackberry bushes. It looks like no one lives in the big country on the other side, Canada. I am wearing black sports clothes, but my bright pinky orange running shoes can probably be seen even back in Kurdistan. I am hunched close to the blackberry bushes, trying to make myself look smaller while I wait for my husband to say, "Let's go." Over there, Canada seems like a terrifying jungle. My mind is still on the unforgettable night that I left my family. I was a journalist in Kurdistan, northern Iraq, as well as women's activist, a voice for the women and girls who couldn't raise their own voices to ask for their rights, who were killed because of love, who were raped or subjected to female genital mutilation because of some inhuman tradition. I was still in university when I started working with one of non-governmental newspapers. Every day I had to go to the newspaper office after classes. My worst problem then was my shoes. I loved wearing fancy shoes and being feminine, but I couldn't be just a young girl and live my life while I saw all the injustice that women in my region faced. So I had to put on running shoes instead, and after classes, run after women's rights. In my region, sometimes just being a woman is hard. Imagine being a female journalist writing about that situation. It made a lot of people, including those in government, angry. After working for a few years, they started to send me threats and tell me to stop speaking out. The threats at that time made me more stronger and work harder to make them stop treating women as objects. But one day everything changed, and now I had to put my running shoes to save my life. I will never forget the night that my husband and I said goodbye to our families. All of them were there, everyone with red eyes and fake smile, telling us, "You are going to be okay." "Which shoes you going to wear?" my sister asked. I chose my pinky orange ones, which seemed a bright side for my tentative future. I laced them tight to feel safe, not just because of the threat. We were entering an imaginable situation. After lots of crying and hugging, we flew to Turkey, then the US. From there, we decided to go to Canada. And now here I am on the side of this road. Suddenly my husband says, "Run." At that moment, I noticed a blackberry on the nearby bushes. I popped it in my mouth quickly and ran very fast. It was a nice short run, with a sweet taste of blackberry juice in my mouth. We arrived in that peaceful jungle on the other side, which wasn't a real jungle at all. It was beautiful British Columbia. Thanks so much. And just like to include one small part of my story, I think other participants talk about another side to being a refugee in Canada was my first days in Canada as a refugee, where I had to have a lawyer, and I actually have a very hard experience during the immigration process, which I was kind of surprised how I was working very hard in a community that they don't believe women's rights. But here in Canada, I just had a lawyer that really didn't even respect my my ability, the time that I just being here, and the pain that I had this time, because he really cheated me and tried to always make me to feel lower, and always told me that I have to be like my husband, because my husband was listening very well and didn't talk with him while he was talking. But to defend myself and to help him to understand my situation, I had to talk to myself and be able to show why I am here and what happened to me to flee and to run from my country and leave all of my family, my work, and my life. So even he could Google my name and he could see all of the information that I had and the work that I did, but still he really tried very hard to don't help me, and he was always like a lawyer against me more than to lawyer to defend me. So that was the hardest part for me, to be a refugee in Canada, and that is another story. So hopefully read it for my audience in a different time. And thank you so much for today. And if it's okay to have some time to share my screen to talk about Shoe Project, is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, as I am. Sorry. Yeah, because I am a coordinator for the Shoe Project, and Shoe Project is a project that runs every year in different regions in different provinces in Canada. So we have been free writing workshops for women, for tall women in many different other countries that they are refugee or immigrant in Canada. So the Shoe Project is providing this program for these women to be able to be a voice for themselves and to write their stories by themselves, with a writer's coach that helping them to improve their writing and their English at the same time, to be able to tell their stories. So since 2011, so we have 250 arrival stories from different countries, and we have done more than 30 performances that we are inviting people to hear the story that the women from the countries write it and read it in that performances. So until now we have more than 25 countries that shared their stories, and the stories is mostly about the journeys of these women to Canada, and there are many beautiful and amazing stories from these incredible women. So the founder for the Shoe Project is Catherine Gover, novelist and founder and board chair of the Shoe Project in Toronto. So we have a team, and the team is mostly these women that been participated in the project to write their story. And the goal for this project is to allow these women to be a voice for themselves, tell their stories, and at the same time to show their skills and be able to work in their use their skills to working as a profession. So that's what we are doing. So we are trying to bring them again in the Shoe Project family to work with the Shoe Project writers and members. So now in Vancouver, we are having our workshop, and we were started in September 21st, that we having 12 women from different countries now, and we are doing our sixth workshop in Tuesday. Every Tuesday evening we having that, and Caroline Ederson is helping them, who's here, I think, yeah, helping them to write their stories and to be able to be creative in their thing. So I would like to invite everyone to just visit the website, the Shoe Project website. I can put the link in the chat, and if you would like, you can hear from us to participate or to come to the event that we're gonna have it in January 2022 for the performances. We will have 2 performances to invite people and invite our writers that they're working on their stories now to read it for Canadian people and to help our community to understand each other more in different ways and be able to make a connections between refugee and immigrant women and Canadian people. So I would be happy to answer any question if you have it, and thank you so much for today again.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Does someone want to ask a question to Shanga? You put your hand up. Anyone? Any questions? Pat?
Shanga, do you still have those orange runners, those orange shoes?
Yes. Yeah, it's in my locker. Yeah, I have it still. I have to have it forever, I think.
Are there any questions? So I'm curious for the Shoe Project, even if, of course, part of it is that you want to new immigrants to learn English and to be able to operate better. Do they get to do their voices? I actually have not listened to the stories yet, but do you also have them give their story in their own voice and then translate it, and perhaps work with other communities to translate those stories into other languages beyond English?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it clearly. If you don't mind to help me to understand. The voice is very far from me. It looks like that.
The stories that you have collected for the Shoe Project, in what languages are you presenting? Some in English, and I assume that some have to be in their original language, but do you also translate it into other languages that might be spoken in Canada? If the aim is for us to share and to learn from each other, how do you reach other immigrant communities?
Yeah, the stories will be read by the writer, the woman that they wrote it, and they participated in the workshops, like 10 free writing workshops. So it is in English and read it by themselves in the performance directly, but we haven't translated for any other languages yet. But we allow them, the writers, to translate it for any other language if they want. But as a Shoe Project, we don't actually do that. It's just in English at this time.
Okay. Another question?
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your story. When you came to Canada, were there customs that were very strange to you and difficult to adjust to? Is there anything that stands out that was weird or funny or difficult?
Yeah, there's many things that was very, very difficult because I can say the first thing that I faced was losing myself and like couldn't find myself. Actually, it was very hard for me that I even couldn't recognize myself, my ability, my skills, because it's not just about missing families and friends and a life that you had there. It's about missing yourself because you just start from zero again with like having nothing, not material. I mean your ideas, your like the degree that we spend many years for that degrees to be able to go to university and to study and find a job. So we lose all of that. And in that case, for me, it means you're losing yourself and you have to work very hard to find yourself again in a very big country and very different culture. Yeah, very different. So, but I really encourage everyone who comes from another country, just be brave and try, and you're gonna get that point that you working on it. But like just for fun, something that is was funny for me, like everyone, not everyone, most of people who I met in the very beginning, they had a very different question to me, like do you have a coach at home, or do you have a table? Like this kind of question was kind of funny for me. I was like, why you ask this? Yeah, we have that. We have a life there, we have everything, but we don't have safety, we don't have like some kind of good systems that people has it here but not there. Yeah, it was like kind of funny for me, and I love these people when they ask this question. It's kind of like make a connection in any way. So I don't want to say that don't ask this question, it's all fine with me, or I'm sure for new people too, because we would like to start conversation in any way. But it was kind of funny that people asking me that question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanga. We really appreciate your talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that concludes our three speakers for this afternoon. And then we have another online presentation at 5 o'clock. So 5 minutes to stretch, and we'll continue on at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And maybe
Sorry,
Cleveland. Cleveland.
I guess it's yes.
So it's not a lot. And so this is a way, to engage the public and providing a little extra to folks. So just a plug on that. So back to Pat.
Thank you, Chris. So next in our program is a panel discussion. And it's with Grandma's Cupboard. Cynthia Lam will be leading it, and she is a member of the Order of Canada, one of the first women to have given a voice to the Asian community and visibility within numerous organizations and advisory committees. She will be the one coordinating this afternoon's intergenerational panel presentation on refugees, migration, food insecurity, climate change, and more. Please help me welcome Cynthia Lam.
Hi, this is Cynthia Lam, but I cannot turn on the video. Can you? I bet you cannot see me. Can you?
Hi, Cynthia. No, we cannot see you. It's just audio.
Okay, that's fine, right?
Hey, Cynthia, this is Wendy. Oh.
Okay.
Can you cannot find your video link?
Yeah, I clicked on the start video, but it says you cannot start the video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, she's about to restart it.
But it's because okay, never mind. Okay.
So while they're figuring out the technology issues, everybody should have received the survey form.
Okay.
And
So
a ticket for a door
But it's
prize.
probably because she's
And
sharing
the
her
door
screen.
prize today.
Yeah, I think if I share the screen.
Rita is sharing her screen.
Yeah, so
Called
yeah.
Moonlight. And it is by Maynard Johnny Jr. and it's Salish Decide, got the nice moonlight. So maybe we should do the draw while we're waiting.
Cynthia, can you see it?
Yeah, I think my video is on now, but the question is, can you see me?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, so I can start now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do this later.
Great, thank you so much, everybody, for having us. We just so privileged to be hearing all the great stories shared by the 6 storytellers just now, and they are so touching and they're still with raw emotions and full of valuable lessons for us on resilience and also on sustainability. So those 6 stories are built as main courses. So now it come to us now, and we are the spicy side dish. And our title is Refugees as Our Teachers. And this part is prepared and presented to you by myself with Fatima Haidari and Rita Zeng. So why do we call this spicy? Because we are going to focus on some hard and cold facts and the lesser known but important causes of the plight of the refugees. What is it? It is about climate change and climate crisis that has increasingly impacted on all aspects of our lives and livelihood and our future. And today we want to talk about its tremendous impacts on refugees around the world. So let me off the findings from first the World Bank. He says, the refugees are the forgotten victims of climate change. In 2020, there were more people displaced by extreme climate than conflict. United Nations Environmental Program asserted, if we don't address climate change, conflict and violence will only get worse. And then United Nations High Commission for Refugees also show that number of population displaced by climate-related disasters since 2020 has risen to 21.5 million. And the 3 major impacts of climate change are sea level rise, extreme weather events, and drought and the water security. Climate change has definitely made refugee crisis a lot worse. And in projected that it will be 143 million of displaced people worldwide from 2005 to 2050. So now you know why we call this side dish quite spicy. This information should really wake us up, because especially from those of us from the global north, which is the northern hemisphere, like Canada, to look at this crisis right in the eye. Because we here have started also in recent years only to experience severe weather, record-breaking climate. So just in a matter of time before we too will be touched in various ways as refugees of climate. So we are all in this together, and we should really act now to slow down the climate crisis. Today, we are celebrating food as the Banquet of Stories. The scientific research has confirmed that the food waste in our society has been a top cause of climate crisis. So that's made the three of us decide to look for lessons from refugees, how they have managed the food shortage program, and that too often they have encountered during their journey. Therefore, our presentation, the title is Refugee as Our Teachers. As earlier, the storyteller Hieu Pham so powerfully shared with us that the racism and the discrimination are still well and alive in our society today. We need to continue to educate the public the importance of equity and equality of all people. And using food as what we do today as a natural vehicle is really one of the best ways. So today, besides the valuable life experience on food issue, we also wanted to shine lights on all the refugees and former refugees as their role as teachers to all of us, including the food issues, at this pivotal moments of moving forward towards sustainable living for the survival of our planet. Like the storyteller earlier this afternoon, host Hassan has reminded us all, we shall take nothing for granted. So now let me introduce to you my new young friend, Fatima Haidari, a former refugee arrived here 6 years ago, alone when she was only 17. Fatima will graduate in December with double majors in criminology and gender studies from Simon Fraser University. And she even managed to work part-time to help other refugees locally here. Above all, she has been working non-stop to try find ways to help her big family escape from Afghanistan and Pakistan to come to Canada. Today, she will share her story related to food issue when she was back in Afghanistan, and also her food experience after she landed in Canada since 6 years now. A brief comparative look, and I'll be in conversation with her. Hi, Fatima.
Hi, Cynthia. Hi, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for
Wonderful.
putting
I know
this
you
together.
are.
I thank the organizer of this program.
Yes.
And also Cynthia for that nice introduction, and also like giving like great examples about the climate change and how it impacts people. Even here, sometimes you feel like, okay, our country is not impacted, like it's not too far from us. You also can see the symptoms and the signs of climate change even in Canada.
Yeah. So we've seen those pictures, just pictures, how the land has been driving up and because of the drought, impacted of the crops, And because of that, in our countries here, our shelves sometimes get much emptier too. So that means we are really connected, right?
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, as Cynthia mentioned, I'm gonna talk about food insecurity, drought, flood, and politics, because oftentimes there's a connection between all of them. As much as they seem that they're not connected, but they are connected. So food insecurity is a huge thing, both in Afghanistan, especially it's kind of hit too close to home as I'm talking about it, because there's many families that have been displaced and they're struggling for shelter and food. So even for survival, and also drought that also contributes in because there are certain places that people basically live off the land, so that's their way of surviving. If there's drought or flood, that means they don't have any other way to survive, so basically they have to find other ways, and most of the time it doesn't happen because they live in a really countryside, and there's only a specific time of the year that they can grow that food. So if it's hit by flood or drought, that's the only chance they had, and there's no other way around it. So which is really bad, and it connects to food insecurity. Yeah, next slide, please.
It's
so this one is about my own experience. I'm originally from Afghanistan, but I used to live in the Ghazni province. That's where I grew up. And that's where my parents, they had farm, we were growing our own food, potatoes, carrots, onion, turnip, whatever we could at that climate. It was quite cold and we could have only one season for growing food. But at that time, it was still very valuable for us. It was really organic and nutritious. And then another system that was really interesting at that time was we didn't have to grow everything, because if you had a neighbor that they had something that we didn't, you could exchange, kind of trade. Let's say if you had enough potatoes, more than enough, and if you didn't have carrots, you could exchange that, which was a really nice system. And it was within the village that I grew up. So that's something that I still remember. And we also had at the end, if you had harvesting time, you would celebrate, and then you would send some to the neighbors a little bit, just to say that, okay, this is how we harvested and we're just gonna share with you. So that was a good system back there. And the food is really, really good, despite all the problems that was going on there. The food is really tasty and organic. And in fact, I didn't know the term organic until I came to Canada, because why there's two names for it? Why organic? What is it supposed to mean? Because back home, everything is organic. And the chemicals, but I'm kind of biased, I guess, in terms of food. But here I haven't seen any food that tastes like back home. So that's something that was really different when I came to Canada.
Yeah, I was so struck when you were first saying that we have so many problems, but our food is great.
Exactly.
And then I'm sure it's more nutritious too, because of because of the way it was grown, right?
So and then of course, as domestic displacement makes people lose land, lose food source, less nutrient, and less affordability. I have seen this in within my own family. And in 2015, they had to move to Kabul, and that means that they did not have access to the land. That means they were not able to grow food anymore. Even if they could, it would be limited to very small portion of veggies like onion, radish, something like that, because the land, they did not have access to the land anymore. And that's not an isolated case. There are many, many families. Even now, as I'm speaking, in certain central part of Afghanistan, the lands have been taken over by the Taliban, and people are they are basically given a timeline that by this time you have to leave your house.
Why did you have to move to Kabul?
It was one of them, because the place my parents used to live, because of education, of course. In Kabul, supposedly it has a better education system, and also the fact my siblings, some of them are living in Kabul at that time. They said okay, it makes more sense if we live all together.
So in the country there wasn't much education opportunity, is that it? So people.
That's true. And also the weather condition is not also that great, because it has really harsh winter. We have snow for sometimes 4 months, And the heating system is only like, it's not like electric. You basically like you burn wood and stuff like that. So like that became hard eventually. And then I was like, okay, for education, it's better to move to Kabul. Yeah, and they moved in 2015. And now, speaking of that, because of the current situation that's going on in Afghanistan, they had to escape the country not long ago. It was on August 22nd that they left. Not all of them, some of them were managed to get through the border to Pakistan, but some of my family members still in Afghanistan, like including my dad, my sister-in-law, my nieces, and my brother-in-law. So now, like they're struggling to just survive, kind of in that survival mode, because they don't have that luxury, like that safety net to think about like growing food, because that's impossible and that's not something that's accessible for refugees. And also like the trauma that they face, that they continue to face, and the stress because of connection back to home and the family members, and like separation of family. There's a lot of layers to it that doesn't even allow you to think about growing food, because at this point you're just trying to get what you can. My mom was talking that the costs are really high, as so many like refugees have escaped Afghanistan to Pakistan. So like it's really hard to even afford certain things. And like, yeah, so, and as you can see, like, yes, moving from Ghazni to Kabul kind of was a change in terms of not having access to the land, but still they were within their own country. So like, it wasn't, I mean, there were certain problems with that, of course, but like now, like as we talk about refugee, the whole dynamic has changed. And yeah, we can see the cycle of it. Even I think it's not like isolated case. There's many cases that have faced the same. And like not oftentimes refugees can get to the second country because there's so many internally displaced families that they lose their land, and that means they cannot have access to food resources, which is really sad. And also now, because they're getting closer to the winter, which is, yeah, so it just makes you, yeah, it's heartbreaking, but yeah.
Yeah, Rita, if you want to ask questions, feel free. So we have a three-way conversation. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Fatima, you said maybe still back in the country, not in Kabul, right? You don't have much. You don't have stable electricity.
Oh yeah, even in Kabul, like it's on and off. Certain times, like now it's like even before like Taliban took over, the electricity was, especially in the winter, you have it for a few hours and then it's gone for like sometimes for days, and then it's back again. So like the water is dependent on that, the washing machine, everything. So like, yeah.
Yeah. And but
how
do you get in touch with them? I know you're so worried almost daily about their safety. How do you get in touch without by what means?
I try to do WhatsApp. Like sometimes, like they are not connected right away. I leave a message for them, and then when they get connected to the electricity, they say like, "Oh, we didn't have Wi-Fi, or we didn't have electricity for this many days, but we are okay." Like, you know, okay that you can be at this kind of situation. So that's how I communicate. And by the time I hear back from them, it's like such a process, and it's not the nicest thing. Yeah. Like so many things come to my mind. I'm like, okay, I hope they're okay. That's like my only hope. Yeah. And once I hear from them, that's a relief.
Yeah. Wow. So, yeah. So now, would you like to share a little bit of your experience with food after you came here in Canada?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and then as I mentioned, the term organic, that was a foreign term for me. I didn't know and then I was like, okay, you have to pay closer attention. There's a price difference, and then you have to look for this like certified organic, like they didn't make sense at the beginning. And then I did a price like comparison. I was like, okay, I kind of understood that you have to be really wealthy, have lots of money to afford organic food, because for refugees, that's not an option. And also like, yeah, that was something. And then later on, I understood that, okay, organic is expensive. It's not available for everyone. Just some people can access it. And then also the taste, like other kind of food, it doesn't taste as good. And then also because I did some like chemistry and biology.
They may not be as healthy. They even, those preservative pesticide could be even toxic for our body.
Not fresh as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I understood that the focus was on mass production, not on the healthiness of it. And sometimes that's kind of like shown as like personal problem instead of collective or social problem. Like, you know, some people we talk about like, oh, obesity, and then you're like, oh, maybe they are like eating too much fast food. But we never think like, can they afford to not have fast food? You know, things like that. Yeah. So, and also like for us back home, whenever we had to store something in the winter, we were like digging a hole on the ground, and we were making sure that the water does not get in there, the snow doesn't get there, and then we would preserve naturally, like for potatoes, for turnip, for carrots, and it would last like for like 4 or 5 months, and then we didn't have to worry about like using other stuff to keep it like, and it was much fresher and healthier at that time. Yeah, but here it's not the case, and I do hope it changes, but sometimes it's just a hope because as I said,
To change for what? To change in what way would you like to see?
I mean, organic food, like maybe like the focus should be more on like producing healthy food, and also in terms of like harvesting. I don't think I'm wrong. I heard that the food, let's say if they're harvesting orange, they don't wait for it to ripe. They harvest it before so that they can send it further distance, and also that means it can last longer. But that's not natural, and that's why it doesn't have taste. And they can even use chemical to make it like really shiny and colorful to attract people, but the quality goes really down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true. This is so true.
Yeah, I think we only have 2 minutes. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just wrap
Let
up.
me, okay, let's move on quickly. So I think we have, I mean, especially we are in the north hemisphere, we've been so spoiled, right? And we just lived in such an unsustainable way. So I think this is the last message we want to leave with you. Each one of us, if we live simply, then others can simply live. So this is something we like to share and leave with you. So now let me move to the very closing, that we would like to ask Rita to share with us.
Yeah,
Rita?
since we just have 1 minute, I think everyone actually want to help in this condition. We don't want to hear more cases like this, because some of the displacement is permanent if it's sea rising. Some of them is temporarily, but they have to move from places to places to cover all those difficulties and harness. And it's really making us heartbreak. So if anything we can do, like if we can have more experiences, we can actually help them to control our waste. We can live a greener life. Also, we can care about our local farm, or in that way that we enhance a positive cycle to make the local food more affordable. Maybe we can create a better environment for the future. And also, just like Cynthia and Fatima just said, if we can use food as a tool that we can bring more awareness and carefulness, that we can create connections, and we can use that to share with different communities, and then use that to let others, like mainstreams, to understand minorities more, or understand other more. That will be a very, very good opportunity. So I would want to take this chance to say that this is the name of our project, that we want to promote the roots of sustainability, because we want it to be our young generations to learn from all the seniors and refugees about sustainable living. Just like Fatima shared, that like we can preserve the food for a longer time by just putting it in the soil, or dig a hole in the ground. And then so as we can work together for a brighter future.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is a happy ending, hopeful ending for this banquet of stories. Thank you again.
Thank you.
See you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much again. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
So how do we do that? We are
Yeah, we're giving back to the host.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Rita. And thank you very much, Fatima, all of you for that thoughtful, harsh realization or bringing it to our attention. Thank you so much again.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a good one.
We have a presentation. Chris, you mentioned that you didn't have your forms, but Wendy might have part of a solution to help. No, he doesn't have, you don't have to worry about forms.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of PCHC-MoM Society. Thank you so much for being our partner in this, for helping us to find such great storytellers and letting us gather here safely together so that we can learn from each other. We hope that everybody stays healthy and that COVID goes away so we can have more of these gatherings and more people together. It's just a little token of our appreciation. This is something from another partnership that we did. There's one copy. We don't have too many copies, but this Challenging Racist BC was something which is on our YouTube channel. We helped them launch the book. And if anybody wants to look at it, actually, it's quite good. They have a free, you can get a free PDF copy online. They're only very limited printed editions. There's also some videos. There's a teaching edition of it. So go look, challengeracistbc.ca. It's free when you go there. But this, because we know what you're doing with ISS, Immigration Services Society, is very much very valuable anti-racist work, and really also building up the strength of Canada. And so we really appreciate what you are doing. So thank you so much.
Everybody. And I hope this has given you an opportunity, not only to listen to the stories, but also get a sense of what we're doing in this building. We're trying to, during this COVID times, have started up additional tours and engaging the public in our work and so forth. But I just want to thank you all for coming out and wish you the very best. Not sure.
Well, Rita was, you reminded me that the Vancouver Moving Theatre also was a partner, and they put an ad about the Banquet of Stories into their recent brochure.
The city.
Oh, part of the project is part of the city.
Part of the city coming up. Part of the city festival.
And we want to.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So this has been streaming to our YouTube channel. It is going to live on our YouTube channel. Maybe we might do a little bit of editing to be posted, but the point is, you have your families, you have your safe circles. Please invite them to eat with you and perhaps share some of the stories. And we hope that we could do some follow-up variations of this, in next spring. But encourage your friends all around BC and Canada to do this because it's important. And finally, before we go, I'd like to bring up Winnie, and you can introduce, please, one of our very honored advisors.
This is Kama, good friend and honored advisor. And Pat, are you ready for the lucky draw?
Yeah. Oh, get your tickets up. No looking. Just one, right? Just one.
Oh, can I see?
0824164. And just hold on, if you got the ticket, just raise your hand. Okay, so we'll get one more. We've got two of them here. Congratulations. 0824165. Thanks very much. Thank you. So we'll get pictures after. And also, one of our directors, Stan, you've got some postcards for us. I haven't even seen the postcard yet, and I see the nice brochure you made. Can you mention something about those postcards? Is the postcards you have?
Yeah, they're all in
You see, it was not mentioned by Tara earlier.
Look in your bag. This is the card, and the postcard was inspired by the art of one of our volunteers here, Kyle Devcheek's daughter-in-law, and she's First Nations and described herself as mixed race. And I'll just read you from the card. And her name is Gigi. And also has her original name, also named with Tricia. She's pre-Osage and mixed European settler. Is currently working on an MFA at Emily Kosh. She's a wonderful person. That is her in her traditional regalia. And she has gifted the museum her art to let us use it in this particular event. It's the first time this was displayed, and this was a big deal for her. And she's an upcoming artist. And what's infusing is some of the universal values from First Nations who welcomed us: generosity, kindness, respect, and courage. And these are values that have endured the test of time and have helped and continue to welcome and support settlers, immigrants, refugees, survive and thrive. So this is part of our theme. And on the back of that card is a quote here by many people know Dr. Patsy George, who has the Order of Canada, the Order of British Columbia, has 2 doctorates, and an MSW, a Master's in Social Work. And her quote comes from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where she was an honorary witness. And what she says, and she was a retired director of multiculturalism in BC, she says reconciliation in Canada is not possible without all settlers, immigrants, and refugees learning about the colonization of the original peoples of the land. We must acknowledge the harm done by the racist policies and genocide. She's urging us to read the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call for action and to take a pledge to work for a better Canada for all the children, so that the history of racism and genocide is never repeated. Every child matters. So that's from Patsy George. So thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. Now we'd like to recognize our volunteers. So I have a list here. We have James here. Okay, Wendy, of course, our president. Winnie, our executive director. Stephanie Anderson Redmond, you want to stand up, please? Vice President External, and Sophie Monk. She's been working tirelessly both sessions. Thank you, keeping us all together with our hard work. Stand, no, stand. Stand. And Ada Khan. And we have volunteers who just keep standing. We want to see all the wonderful volunteers, because all of our directors are also volunteers. And so we have Carolyn Eng, our official photographer, already standing. You may help too. Yeah. Yes, Steve, okay. Let's see, Patara McKean, wonderful. Patara Dariabi. Yes. Dariabi. Thank you. Kyle Debson. Thank you, Kyle. Okay, driving. It's important. Okay, so we call the people that are still here but not put to the Chris. So you're not PCC, but you're an important part. You would listen and help me tell you. All right. Yes, Tinika. Thank you so much, Tinika, for keeping us together. The request is for everybody. Well, yeah, Bert was volunteer too today. Did he help you? Very much, my husband. Please stand, Bert. And also, everybody else, please stand and move to the front. We would like to have a group photo with everybody. So We don't have that much time, but we would really appreciate your presence,
Thank you to
even
those
in the
people
photograph. Thank you.
online. You can stop, save your chat, and then you can put our website on to show people.
Okay, well, you're coming up.
Yeah. Oh, so you want me to stop video and everything?
Come on up
You can just
and get
put
yourself in position
our
at the park. Can
website
you tell us about the
for
food
1-2 seconds, and then we can be.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have a food package here for everyone. That you can get before you leave, or you've already gotten it. So it contains a cake, and some of these are from the sponsors here at the PCHC.
Yes.
Right here. There's an empanada here from a local business. From Bert. From Bert, okay, yeah. And can you explain these?
Yeah, so it's Kocha, what is it called? Yeah, so it's cookie date, which is from Afghanistan, Nimrod, the province. I already forgot the name.
It's wonderful, it's homemade, so a lot of work went into that. And we also have some tuna here from a sponsor that is both sustainable.
Canadian design.
Sorry?
Canadian product.
It's a Canadian product as well, so a lot of these are
Ocean brands.
ocean brands, yeah. Importantly, some hand sanitizers, so yeah. And there's also a lot of fruit. There's bananas, apples. There is a mango here, and an orange, and of course, as standard, the cards. And that's everything that you will get.
And the bag itself is a donation from our partner.
And the bag is-
Yeah, they're beautiful, reusable, sustainable.
Thank you so much.
Photo time.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm coming. Yeah. Staging.
All of that.
Are we off, by the way? I hope we're off. We're not streaming this, are we? Oh, yes, we are. Bye. Although I think